I will be joined very soon by Eric Henry. Chip Brown is still on vacation. And my man Eric, we love giving Chip shit because it seems like he takes vacation a lot. But either way, on and popping. Welcome to Texas Sports Unfiltered. And yeah, man, it's a good day. Very good day. A lot of things to talk about, a lot of things to get into. Appreciate everybody for rocking with us. Like, subscribe, you know the deal. Download the app, do what you have to do. But again, appreciate all our sponsors for allowing us to do what we does. Leaf Landscape Supply, Cover 3, Olipop, McCall Custom Homes, Woods Comfort Systems, 34 Wine and Spirits, Centex Tickets, Audio-Visual Consultations, What Up Tom McKay, Salt Traders, Coastal Cooking, Covert Bee Cave, and All Stat Brewery. So, yeah, feeling very good today. A little nervous, but feeling good. I feel like the baseball series is still going to happen. I know softball got canceled today, but baseball, as of now, it's still going on. And, you know, Austin, Texas, you never know what that weather is going to be like, but might be some showers today. I saw some early on. Hopefully that's over with and baseball could get on and cracking. And obviously we got Final Four tonight, the fourth meeting between Texas versus South Carolina for a trip to go to the national championship game Sunday night. That's what I'm really nervous about, y'all. Like, that's just, how can you not be? South Carolina, damn good. So, you know, Don Staley, damn good coach. She got none but McDonald's All-Americans on that side. I want to say she placed 10, and we don't even count Chloe Kitts because Chloe Kitts was an early enrollee, so she didn't get to play in the McDonald's All-American game, even though she was a top 5 player in her class. So, yeah, we'll see how the Longhorn women do today. Got some Texas football nuggets to get into. Eric Henry's wrote some really good stories about the transfers that are coming into Texas. Linebacker Brad Spence coming in from Arkansas, you know, Cole Brevard coming in from Purdue, Travis Shaw, who was a former 5-star player, coming in from Chapel Hill, playing under Mac Brown his last season at North Carolina. So there's a few guys that I want to pick Eric Henry's brain about, you know, when it comes to the transfers, because there's not many transfers for Steve Sarkeesian and this 2025 Texas team. And, you know, I like it that way. Just listening to Sark on Colt McCoy's podcast. Sark also had an interview with Chris Sims that, you know, you need to go check out after you watch your Texas Sports Unfiltered here, Chip and Zay, and then Open Gym. But yeah, like Steve Sarkeesian, he's been out and about. Like, he's very proud of the culture that he's built these last 5 years, very proud of the guys that are going off to the NFL and getting ready for the draft, and seems very proud of this current group that he's going to take rocking and rolling into 2025. So very exciting stuff popping up, going on here in Austin, Texas. But let me bring in my guy, Horns 24/7's finest, Florida's finest, the great Eric Henry. Hey, Harry, what's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, my guy, what's going on, man? I apologize for being late. I figured in the spirit of the normal host of this show, Chip Brown, I would show up, 4 to 5 minutes late, because that's how he usually rolls. And I just want to keep the train on the tracks. I'm not here to derail the train off the tracks, Zay. I'm here just to keep the standard. Like Steve Sarkeesian says, the standard is the standard. So I figure I show up a few minutes late. That's the standard, my guy.
You know what, man? It's funny that you said that, because right before you jumped on, I was like, yo, my man E. Henry, he's always down to roast Chip a little bit and give Chip some shit, just like I am. So that's funny. The first thing that you say when you jump on is roasting our guy, who, again, he needs that vacation time. We roast, but we also appreciate and celebrate. Our guy Chip Brown works very hard, and Eleanor's birthday, they haven't had a chance to celebrate that. Now they are, so that's a beautiful thing, because your boy Zay Collier loves love. Him and Eleanor, beautiful couple, and they deserve to celebrate her birthday and celebrate her. So I get it.
See, I didn't know it was Elle's birthday. All right, so since it's her birthday, I will lay off of Chip Brown, because when you talk about man need a vacation, it's like the Michael Jordan line. Remember, you say you are a basketball guy. You remember the great Last Dance. in episode 7, I believe it was, when they're profiling Dennis Rodman, right? And Dennis says, "Man, I need a vacation. I just need to go to Vegas for a little bit." And you know, Phil Jackson tells Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen the story, and Mike says, "A vacation? If anyone needs a fucking vacation, it's me." but no. Now that I know it's for Elle's birthday, we're gonna lay off my man. Shout out to the great, lovely Eleanor Brown. Hope they're having a great weekend on her vacation. On a great vacation on her birthday, excuse me.
Absolutely. Shout out to my man, Coach 420. I guess he's talking to you here. It's
good. Listen. I don't want to come over here and take over the whole show. You know, it's not about that. But I'm glad to reunite with my guy, Coach 420. I'm glad to see he is still living up to his name on that 420, trying to promote this Jello. All right. I will say this. All right. So hold on. You and I haven't had this discussion because I think my show was done when Jello popped, I believe, right around there. Are you a Jello guy?
I like the swerve on that corner. Whoa, I like that. I'm not gonna lie, that's the hit. That's the joint right there. I can't even knock it.
Okay, so I'll quickly say this, Coach 420. I have been told I need to go peep the new Jello. Okay, so I will listen to the new Jello, and next time I'm back on the Texas Sports Unfiltered airwaves, or holler at me on Twitter, and I'll let you know my perspective, because I was not a fan of the bend in the corner and swerving and all that stuff. I can pinpoint, Zay, and I know we're going to get into a lot of this. Maybe this would be a nice segue. I can pinpoint the destruction of the Texas basketball season of the Rodney Terry era to that song. Because when they started playing that song in pregame, when they started playing that song coming out of halftime, the season went in the toilet, dog.
I mean, I get it. I understand that. Like, now again, you're a Florida guy, so Florida's considered the South. You know what I'm saying? Like, but were you like, you were around during, I guess, the Plies? I'm trying to think of Florida rappers.
Yeah,
Plies and Trick Daddy and Trina, and if we go way back, we go to Uncle Luke and 2 Live Crew and those boys. But Rick Ross, you could throw him in there clearly. So I guess it's not Florida music. It gives you more of a New Orleans, Cash Money, Master P, No Limit vibe with that Jello, which is why I like it, because that's one of my favorite eras of hip hop.
Zay, I'll give you this, right? It does have that New Orleans, Manny Fresh, classic No Limit sound, right? And to your point, yes. So I'm turning 34. So like me being growing up in Florida, like Plies from right around the corner, right? From Tampa. That was my guy, Ross, Trick, Trina, my uncles and whatnot. That's their guy, obviously going back to Luke. But here's my thing, Zay, is this. All right. And you may not feel the same way I do. I'm not pretending to be some hardened criminal, some thug, whatever, However, I grew up in what I guess they would call a lower socioeconomic environment. That would be the political term to call that, the politically correct way to call that, right? So when I hear Jello talking about he gonna bend that corner and swerve, my man's from Chino Hills, dog. What are we doing? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. That's my gripe. The sound is lovely. The sound is amazing. It gives you that nostalgia for what I can see it in your face when you talk about that New Orleans No Limit. It gives you that nostalgia, but it's just the wrong messenger, man. It's the wrong messenger.
No, I get that. I respect it, because you can say Drake's doing the same thing.
Correct.
Drake, Degrassi, Toronto, and a lot of people say, which I never thought about it like this until recent, like since Drake was an actor, that's what we're seeing now. From the feud with Kendrick, from just the music that he's making, even though it's pretty good music, and just how he acts as a person. Who's this guy really? Because again, he knows how to act. So is that what we're seeing as one of the greatest artists ever, especially when it comes to selling records and all those other things that go into it? But I get what you're saying with Jello. You're right. Chino Hills, nice little suburb in southern Los Angeles, Southern California. And, LeVar, if I'm LeVar, who has no foot right now, I hope he gets well with that. That's a crazy thing. I don't know if it's diabetes or I don't know, but LeVar's clearly doing bad. Hope he gets better, but he worked too hard.
Right.
They worked too hard to have those guys talking about swerving the corner. They worked hard, so they wouldn't have to swerve on that corner. Whoa. You know what I'm saying? So I hear you. I never thought about it like that. That's about it like that.
My only gripe, Zay. It's my only gripe, Zay. And real quick, one last thing to show that I still am a supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered, the brand BK. Look, your boy got the Olipop right here. I see Olipop being one of the sponsors of the great Chip and Zay. So Olipop, folks, y'all go get that out. That's free plug right there before Zay gets to the ads later in the show.
That's love. That's love. But yeah, folks, miss you around here. E. Henry still doing a good job. E. Henry at Horns 24/7. Again, some of the best articles that you're going to find out. And I'm surprised you're not in Tampa, by the way. With the Final Four being there, you going back home? Like, what's going on?
Yeah. No, really quick. I mean, our boss decided, that we're going to go in a different direction there as far as saying Final Four, which, listen, I'm not just saying this because I work for 24/7. I've been in, let's see, this is my 11th year. Next year, my 11th year doing this professionally. I've worked, Chicago Sun-Times. I've worked at a TV station. I've worked, different outlets, right? And this is the first boss I've ever had who has never said no when it comes to travel. But on this one, he's like, listen, we got Texas baseball. They're going to go deep. You got like SEC media days starting the season at Ohio State. So just decided to go in a different direction as far as sending us. But that is why I am still here. Would have loved to have gone back to my hometown, to cover the Horns because the women are doing big things. I know we'll talk about it, but I'll be home for the summer. So cannot complain.
Okay. No, makes sense. So speaking of the women, play tonight, South Carolina. I told the people all week, obviously very nervous about this game. Like every Horns fan who's been following this women's basketball team should be nervous about this team that they're facing in South Carolina, which Dawn Staley, she's built low-key a dynasty there. She's built something to be proud of, where South Carolina basketball before she got there wasn't a big time thing, especially in the SEC, a league that Pat Summitt ran for it seemed like 30 something years. But now it seems like Dawn Staley, it's her turn, and what she's done with those 3 championships and the women that she's put into the league and have done big things like Asia Wilson, which I thought it was very dope. Asia Wilson inviting all of the Final Four participants to her, I guess, I don't know, her shoe's been out, but a little Nike situation there where, you saw Madison Booker and Rory Harmon rocking her shoe in practice, which is a pretty dope shoe, by the way. Like, say what you want about women's sports. Like, I'd rock that shoe and hoop in it. Her and Sabrina Ionescu's. Like, those shoes, they're fire. You see a lot of NBA guys rocking it. But Dawn Staley has put her girls on. They love her. She's hard-nosed. She's tough. But she is very relatable. You see her on the sidelines in her fits and stuff. It's not the normal fit that you see from a coach. Like Mick Schaefer, he's wearing a suit and tie, which very interesting that he wasn't taking off the jacket against TCU the other day. I guess he was very comfortable in that setting, or it was just cold as hell in Birmingham. But Dawn Staley, she gonna be rocking her Eagles gear, her jackets, her Louis V. Like she be showing out. So it's different. Her style is different, Henry, and it translates into winning. Again, she always has a big-time McDonald's All-American player. I was watching the game the other night, and she has a very smooth guard that's a big-time 5-star that will be going to Columbia in this fall coming up. But that's what makes you nervous if you're a Texas fan. The fact that she just presses all the right buttons for her team. Only one player is playing 25 minutes for her squad, so they get a lot of minutes, or they don't get a lot of minutes, which keeps them fresh. So they throw so many different bodies at you. They can play so many different styles of the game, and we've seen it 2 out of the 3 times where they've just spanked the Lady Horns. And now you got to go back to that game at the Mood to try some type of confidence builder and what you could build on and what you had in a positive way in that game. But SEC championship game, it was ugly. I hope we don't see anything like that tonight.
Man, you know what I admire most about the job that Dawn Staley has done is she has McDonald's All-Americans coming off the bench And there's no beef. There's no drama, Zay. It's like you talked about. For anyone who may not know, right now, I would assume most of our audience is familiar with Texas women's basketball. And I'm sure even if you didn't watch the whole season, you watched, the South Carolina games, you watched the LSU games, you watched the Tennessee games and whatnot. But with this South Carolina team, man, I hate to say it this way, Zay, because I don't want to disrespect the other two teams in the tournament, but this feels like the national title game to me. You know what I'm saying? When you have two teams that have met 3 times, 2-1, the way these two teams play, Zay, you are the basketball guy on this show, on this Texas Sports Unfiltered network. Again, to get Joyce Edwards, Malaysia Fulali coming off the bench, bro, leading your team in scoring. Bree Hall, excellent defender. Just Chloe Kitts. Like, I'm amazed at, and I'm curious if you see it the same way, just from your time watching these games. If you see both these teams, I feel like they're cut from the same cloth, right? Because the point that I've made anytime I'm asked about Texas women and kind of their path to the national title, right, which would be a first time. What up, Quad Standard lads? What's good? Their path to the national title would be the first national title since 1986, if memory serves me correct, for Texas. Is the way Vic wants to do it is with defense. We're not going to take a lot of threes. I think that's the reason why Aaliyah Chavez is heading to OU, right? Is because the first time Aaliyah Chavez pulls up from 30, Vic going to lose that jacket like you talked about and say, come to the bench. And Aaliyah Chavez would be like, I'm just doing what got me here, Right. But no, like Texas's style, right? They're looking to get the ball to their bigs. Kyla Oldacre, Taylor Jones, and of course, Madison Booker. And they're going to play defense. Rory Harmon, Shea Holly, etc. Right? And it's cut from the same cloth that South Carolina is. South Carolina is such a physical team. I remember that first matchup at Colonial Life Arena in Columbia, where, and I'm sure you remember this as well, Texas had so many. Are you good? Sorry, I thought I was getting a little feedback. Are you good, Zay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, let's make sure. I thought I was getting feedback, but it could be something I heard. Sorry. In that first matchup, you may remember in that first quarter, Texas had something like 20-something shots, right? And they went like 3 for 20. Kyla Oldacre had like 6-7 offensive rebounds. She's a big 6'3", 6'4", big, but South Carolina's bigs just not making it easy on them, right? So when I look at tonight's matchup, Zay, and I just, did a back and forth Q&A, go check it out, 24/7 Sports, Lawrence 24/7. The thing for me, I think in this matchup is 2 things. One, Texas needs to knock down looks early. I think, and I'm genuinely curious if you see it the same way, I felt part of the reason that some of those looks that Texas had in both matches where they lost, the momentum kind of builds. And when you're playing on the road, those things matter, right? 1 missed shot turns into 3 missed shots, turns into 6 missed shots when you're on the road versus you're at home. Home crowd can compose yourself a little bit. So I genuinely think this being a neutral site game, and yes, the drive from Columbia to Tampa is about 8.5, 9 hours. I'm sure you're going to get a lot of South Carolina fans who make that trip. But I think if this venue is at least 50-50, and I think it will be, I'm choosing Texas for all of the reasons that I laid out. I genuinely feel you have 2 evenly matched teams. The way they play, their styles are evenly matched. And the big difference in the 2 losses versus the win, in my opinion, was solely the venue. Zay, that's just me.
No, it makes sense. I mean, both of those wins that South Carolina had came in the state of South Carolina. So I completely hear what you're saying. CBS, Zay, do you think Texas needs another legendary defensive performance like they had against TCU? Maybe. I mean, that'd definitely be helpful. That's for sure. Now, obviously, TCU and South Carolina are 2 completely different ball clubs. Like South Carolina doesn't have a big that could pass and that's versatile like Sonona Prince. Sure. But again, a lot of their girls, they could go on the outside and at the big position, they can make things happen. If you think about Fagan, who had a really good second half in the SEC championship game, like she's 6'5", even though she's more slim, she's versatile. I always talk about Chloe Kitts because I low-key think that's their best player overall. Like I love Fluali, like basically call her Kyrie Fluali because that's how she plays. She's so flashy, crafty, and she can make you look dumb if you're not locked in on her. But Joyce Edwards was first team all SEC, and she's a heck of a player coming off the bench and being a freshman. You got to worry about her when South Carolina gets a defensive rebound. But you Pow and Tess Johnson worry about their outside shot. Everyone else, I want to trip on. I wouldn't from the outside. Like, I would help on Chloe Kitts at times. I would help on Malaja Fluwali at times. But when Pow starts hitting outside shots, when Tess Johnson starts hitting outside shots, that's when they really become dangerous. Because now, what are you trying to stop? Are you trying to stop that inside game with Fluwali where she's dribble penetrating? You always got to worry about Raven Johnson just being a true overall point guard. She doesn't want to necessarily score, but she's going to make sure her team's in the right spot, and she plays really good defense on Rory Harmon. Rory has to attack her tonight. Like, she has to be able to get in the paint, make things happen. When Madison Booker gets double teamed, when Kyla Oldegger, Taylor Jones, when they all get double teamed, Rory has to be ready to knock down that mid-range jumper. If she could shoot the three, even more of a positive. But as you said, Henry, that's not what Texas does. Went mute for a second. So somebody's going to have to step up, and they've had that in the tournament. From Brianna Preston stepping up in the Tennessee game, Jordan Lee, same Tennessee game. Again, Shea Holly, I thought her best game of the season was against TCU. Even though it didn't show up on the stat sheet, they don't need that from Shea Holly. Again, that's a plus. She can knock a couple of shots from the outside. She hit a little mid-range jumper against the Horned Frogs. But if she could just stay sound on defense, not bite for those pump fakes, use her length. Like, she is a really good player and has a lot of experience under her belt. So, again, she's not going to come into this game scared. It's just that three-point percentage that we saw in 2024 to 2025, big difference. Big difference. Yeah. I think she was like 36, 37% last year. She's around 27% this year. So I always joke with the people because we all know her and Garrett Wilson are a thing right now. Garrett, we better see you there. If they show the Holly crowd and the Holly family and stuff, I better see Garrett Wilson right there, bro. Right there, supporting his woman as he should. You know what I'm saying? Because that, you got to make life easier. She needs to have a calmness. Like, when you see, look up in the stands and you see that one family member that you need to be there for superstitious reasons, we're putting that on Garrett Wilson tonight. When Shea Holly has a bad game, we blame Garrett. That's just how it goes, bro. He asked for this life. But anyway, but for real though, like, obviously they're beatable. And I talked about it yesterday, E. Henry. Madison Booker, when she's forcing it, when she's taking bad shots just because she feels obligated to, because she knows her team could go cold at any moment, that's when she gets out of her game. And I thought she's done a really good job in the second half of being more aggressive. First half, letting the game come to you a little bit. Second half, be the aggressor. Like, she's done a really good job, Tennessee and TCU, of doing that. I think she has to take that mindset in for this game, because all the other games, she's not shooting a good percentage for South Carolina, and it was just too much foot on the gas pedal, in my opinion. I like being aggressive, but aggressive doesn't mean you have to shoot the ball every time. You could be aggressive and draw double teams and make the right pass. Like, that's still being aggressive. You're still in attack mode. It's just you're not looking for your shot every time, even though we all know that's Madison Booker's best attribute. So there's so many different phases of this game, which makes it really exciting. Again, anyone could step up on either team and give them the advantage. And I think that's the type of game that we're going to see tonight, E. Henry. I think that, somebody is going to give the Horns, like last game, it was Kyla Oldegger. Before, it was Jordan Lee and Brianna Preston. Who's that going to be tonight? Can Taylor Jones get an advantage? Because she's going to get double teamed. Oldegger's going to get double teamed. That's the scouting report at this point. So who else is going to step up? From Shea Holly, Preston, Lee, Jacqueline Winatanda, who I think is a huge X factor of this game, especially for her defense on Chloe Kitts. who's going to be the one to step up for this Horns team so they can advance to Sunday night for a shot at the ship?
Yeah, no, listen, you said a lot there that I'll respond to. Do want to start though. Shout out to the Holly family for, being supportive of that relationship, because we saw Jane Daniels' mama tripping. Like, what the hell? Zay, we're not talking about some little chick off the street, dog. We're talking about Juju. Why is she hurt? That's a good look, Zay. Like, so shout out to the Holly family for understanding this is a nice, respectable young man who has a job, a career that can do things.
That's a job.
Lord. Jane Daniels' mama was looking at Juju like she was some chick off the street, dog.
Okay, so before you keep going, we gotta get to this, because
go ahead.
It is different. I don't see Jaden Daniels' pops in the picture. We don't. So
okay, sure.
The whole like single mom protect their cub thing, like that's real. That's real. I'm not saying the Hollies aren't protective of Shay, like especially her pops. Like her pops, he was a football player at the 40 acres, so he throw down. I'm sure Garrett Wilson, if he mucks up, he wouldn't want any of them problems. But that's Jay Daniels' mama is insanely protective, and it's not good. It is a little toxic looking. It is, but also Jaden Daniels is the man. So she sees guys out here like Anthony Edwards, who out here, 4 kids, 4 baby mamas.
At 23.
Yeah, 23, around the same age as Jaden Daniels. So she's like, now my boy, this ain't happening. You're not going to ruin his career and have him out here looking like a deadbeat and all this stuff that Anthony Edwards is going through. So I'm going to give Jaden Daniels' mama a little grace. She needs to loosen up the shackles a little bit, but I'm going to give her a little bit of grace because her being a single mom, that's all she knows is protecting that son, because that's all she's had. So I get that.
I will bring it back to Texas women now on this. I'll just say, just to cap that discussion, it's a great point you made there, and I do agree. The 2 funny things there that I have to address. One, how about Ant-Man saying, "Yo, here's a mill. That's it. No negotiation, no renegotiation. This is it, dog. Don't come in for nothing else, dog." That's hilarious. So and B, to your point, yes, I do understand. It's a fair point you make. I just would say to Jane Daniels' mama, like, listen, your baby can do a lot worse than Juju, who has her own stuff going on. But to bring it back to Texas women's basketball, no, I think you made a lot of great points there. I think Rory is an X factor, right? Because you talked about, hey, if Maddie Booker, right? And you talk about Maddie, her struggles in the 2 losses, 6 for 31 from the field combined in those 2 losses, 19.9% from the field shooting, right? So yes, if for whatever reason, Maddie Booker or Taylor Jones has been playing real good basketball since the NCAA tournament started, averaging 12.6 boards, almost a little over 2 blocks, I believe, if memory serves me correct. So, she's playing good basketball. If for whatever reason their shots aren't falling, and then Rory Harmon is getting those looks, I think Rory against TCU, what you were like 6 for 14 or something like that, which is respectable enough. If Rory shoots near 50% from the field and she gets those looks, Texas is going to win this ball game, right? Another thing, Zay, Maddie Booker's ability to get to the line. I think it wasn't the South Carolina one; it was the LSU game, if memory serves me correct. Remember, Kim Mulkey kind of giving me a smart ass answer when I asked her, hey, how much this game in her mind came down to free throw shooting. She's like, "Yep, they made theirs, we didn't. Simple as that." My Kim Mulkey impression. But
no, that's her being nice to you.
No. Listen, Zay, I saw Kim getting, like, Stephen A said, "Oh, she's rude," whatever. Listen, I'm gonna defend Kim in this sense. She has softened as she's gotten a little bit older, because there was a young student reporter who, Zay, you'll appreciate this. You may not remember the presser, but the first question that was asked to Kim Mulkey in the Texas post game, I will not name the young student reporter who asked about Brittany Griner, dog. And Kim didn't curse her out at all. Kim looked at her and said, "Baby," and then because the comparison was Kyla Oldacre to Brittany Griner, which in itself, God bless Kyla Oldacre. We love Kyla Oldacre.
Yeah.
No, but Kim Mulkey could have ripped her to shreds, dog. And she saw that was a young student, was like, "Oh, baby, Nah, you can't compare the two. So yes, Kim has softened in her older age. Excuse me, older. I don't want to come after me, older.
Yeah, they'll have her coming after us.
But nevertheless, I know that's Bucky's woman too. So I want Bucky coming after me either.
Why does he like her so much?
Listen, never mind. You know what? Now that I don't work anymore, I might say anything, and that's not good for my actual employer. So let me not say anything on this show. No, back to that point. Yeah, free throws, knocking down free throws, I think is going to be huge for Texas if they get to the line, get those opportunities. Like you talked about with Maddie, right? You said being aggressive for her doesn't necessarily have to be just jacking up shots. And you talked about it could be ball distribution. In my mind, it can be just getting to the line, drawing fouls, getting them in foul trouble, right? Those things matter. Bringing it back to Rory, her ability on the defensive side of the ball, being a lockdown defender, steals. Rory Harmon, over her career, has been one of the best defensive point guards in the nation. So really interested to see kind of how all of that plays out. But I have been steadfast on this on the flagship podcast. Check us out. Me and Chip either recording Wednesdays or Thursday mornings, typically Wednesday mornings, 9:30, horns247.com, X, Instagram, Facebook, etc. But I've been steadfast that I think, and this is no disrespect to Dawn Staley's club, right? I'm not saying that, oh my gosh, they're only a product of a great home environment. I just genuinely believe the things that plagued Texas in the 2 losses were a byproduct. It's not like that snowball effect, Zay. You if it's football, right? You commit one turnover, you're in a hostile environment, and all of a sudden it just snowballs. That's what I felt when I watched the 2 losses versus the 2 wins. I saw the 1 win. I saw Texas playing confidently. I saw shots falling that typically would fall at home that sometimes don't fall on the road, and just a more composed team, which is why, again, I think if that, the Amalie Arena, the venue there in Tampa, if that's 50-50, I think Texas at least won't be like, oh man, here we go again. Now, if it's 75-25, 80-20, and South Carolina hits a couple shots, I guess the flip side of it, and when you read some of the quotes from a Shea Holly, from a Rory Harmon, et cetera, they're like, yo, we've played them 3 times before, so we know what to expect. But the flip side to that, to me, is if you get that snowball effect and the crowd is into it, right? It's like, oh, here we go again. The crowd's into it. We're facing this hostile environment, so on and so forth. So definitely be interested to watch tonight.
Yeah, and matchups are obviously a key part of the game. Like, I think Vic Schaefer knows more basketball than I do, but there's certain matchups that I would try out there depending on who's out there for South Carolina. First off, Elijah Fluwali's in the game. Only Brianna Preston and Rory Harmon are checking her. That's it. We ain't switching. And there's always going to be situations where they're on a fast break and the closest person to her has to guard her. And that might be like Shea Holly for a little bit or Madison Booker. But no, like, we're not even going to pretend to put Shea Holly on Elijah Fluwali just because you need somebody that has similar speed. Brianna Preston does, Rory Harmon does. As you were saying with her defense, she has to be huge on D tonight, Rory Harmon. Raven Johnson, again, doesn't want to score. So that's a great matchup for Jordan Lee or Shea Holly. That could just get her out of her spots for making playmaker-type decisions. Pow Pow, that's a good matchup for Shea Holly too. Great matchup for Jordan Lee, who I think is one of the most underrated defenders in all of women's college basketball. And then you could have Madison Booker guard, Brianna Hall and things like that. And I like what Michael's saying here. Michael said, would you put both bigs against the fake USC tonight at the same time? Talking about Kyla Oldegger and Taylor Jones. I think it depends, Michael, on, again, what matchups that Dawn Staley has out there. Because Joyce Edwards, her being on, or Kyla Oldegger being on Joyce Edwards, you have to make sure you have your guards back first, because Joyce Edwards can run. And she's going to beat Kyla Oldegger up the court. Not because Kyla Oldegger's not hustling. It's just Joyce Edwards can run. That's all I'm saying. So, and she did that in all the wins that South Carolina had. Once that ball's rebounded, she takes off under the basket, and Raven Johnson does a good job finding her. So I think you could get away with it a little bit against Chloe Kitts and Fagan, especially if you get offensive rebound in those situations, because Jones and Oldegger are a lot stronger. But be careful there. Like, you don't want to do it for long, because South Carolina could get you into foul trouble, and you don't want either one of those girls in foul trouble. If one does get in foul trouble, you could have the other one in. So them both getting foul trouble at the same time, that's not a good recipe. And we've seen that times they've missed Aaliyah Moore because of that. Like, if you had Aaliyah Moore, things would be different. But I know one of those girls from South Carolina who tore their ACL, if they had her, it would be different too. So woulda, coulda, shoulda, here we are. But I'm feeling good on one side here, and the other, I'm like, dang, man. It is Don Staley, it's the Lady Gamecocks. Like, they've been here before. Like, where are the nerves going to be for the Lady Horns? Are there going to be nerves? Because you can't really expect nerves from South Carolina, team that went 40-0 last year. And besides Camila Cardozo, they brought back everyone. So like that, the nerves, that's not a thing for them. Yeah. And that might be an advantage for South Carolina. I hope not. We'll obviously see tonight. But I love what you're saying about Madison Booker and getting to the free throw line. Like, her getting to the line, that's a big deal. Do not settle for that mid-range jumper that's contested where she goes into Durant mode. And it works sometimes. Bree Hall, she ain't having that. Bree Hall, she's follows Madison Booker to the restroom if she has to. Like, that's how tight of a defense that she plays. And then the way that teams have been helping on Madison Booker, where I think South Carolina put out the blueprint for that in the SEC championship game. Like, okay, you might beat Breonna Hall every once in a while, but there's going to be someone to step up. They're going to do that again tonight. So that's why it's a big deal for Rory Harmon, Shea Holly, Jordan Lee, Brianna Preston to really be aggressive and knock down some key shots. That's what they're going to need if they want to face UConn or UCLA in the championship.
Zay, forgive me for going into interview mode here, but I want to ask you a 10,000-foot question because I'm genuinely curious. Again, you are the native Austinite, 512, born and raised. This is just where my brain goes, 10,000-foot view. How big or how crucial is it for Texas to win a national title in this sense, right? We know what Vic Schaefer's trying to build here in terms of the women's basketball culture and interest and all these things in filling Moody Center. And Vic is out front. No one campaigns for his team more than Vic Schaefer saying, hey, I think we deserve sellouts every night, right? If you look at what Dawn Staley has built at South Carolina, you started this by talking about the fact that South Carolina historically was not some great women's basketball powerhouse, right? Dawn Staley left Temple, left Philly, her hometown, and made South Carolina what it is. And now, Colonial Life Arena, right? You see what it is. It's a tremendous home court environment. And I think Colonial Life Arena is something like 20,000 seats. Like, it's not a small venue either, right? So the question I'm asking you is, in terms of building the momentum for women's basketball, Texas women's basketball here in Austin, is a national title needed? Is that the thing that you think in a city with so much to do and so many attractions and things that you can get into, right? Is that the thing that can then propel Texas to maybe kind of build some of that? I'm not even talking about, the dynasty aspect. I'm just talking about like, we're going to pack the arena every night interest. Does that make sense? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I think it definitely helps. I mean, you saw the LSU South Carolina game. What was the other big time team they played? Tennessee, like all at the mood. Like, it was popping. The mood was popping way more than what we saw with basketball, I guess, besides the Texas or men's basketball, besides the Texas A&M game. And I think just how women's sports in general has boosted the value and the eyes that are now watching it. I mean, hell, we're talking about it all the time on these shows. Like, I remember listening to old school radio back in the day, like 10 years ago. Ain't no one talking women's basketball. And you got to give love to Caitlin Clark and the Angel Reeses and just the names like Juju Watkins. We were just talking about her, Paige Beckers. Like, the game is unbelievable now. We talked about Aja Wilson and Sabrina Ionescu, who have their own shoe. And like, we're Longhorn fans are still hurt that Aaliyah Chavez didn't commit to Texas, right, and she's going to the rival. So I don't think it'll necessarily, like, winning is a must, but everyone's watching. Like, what Vic Schaefer has done, like how he cares for those girls, man. Like, again, Vic Schaefer and this coaching staff, they've been incredible. Like, I've been very impressed with the style of play in 2025 and how that's been successful. Like, not making threes, which I still think if Texas were to not win a national championship, that'd be a huge reason why, because knocking down some outside shots, like simple math. I know my Houston Tillerson degree ain't the biggest thing, but threes are bigger than twos, you dig? So when you're able to hit the three, that could separate you in a different way than the style that Vic Schaefer plays. Yet here we are. Look how successful that it's been. And again, you wouldn't think of it because, like, Vic Schaefer, maybe the game's passed him up with his age and like his style and his brand, but it hasn't. He's figured it out to make it work here in Austin, Texas, which, again, CDC, you got to give him love for making that hire years ago. But think about like Lindsay Wyndham Hilton and Elena Lovato and his daughter Blair and the famous Sydney Carter. Like, all these women have contributed in astonishing ways to help build this program, not just Vic Schaefer. And we're just seeing the love that they're getting from everybody, all Texas fans. Like, everyone's riding with this women's team right now. And for a time or back in the day where people could care less, it's a beautiful thing to see. Right. And I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the answer. I just was genuinely curious because, again, I think of all the things you can get into in Austin, Texas. And I also look at it, Zay, like, I see the support that other women's sports on campus get, most notably softball, right? Like McCombs Field. Now, granted, we're comparing 1,500 seats in McCombs Field to, 12,000 in Moody Center, but Texas softball is big business, right? And softball in the state of Texas is big business. I see volleyball getting that type of support. It's not that the women don't, right? I think it's just it's everything you laid out is really spot on. It's a slow build, I think, with women's basketball, right? Mm-hmm. It's a slow build, and I just was curious, excuse me, how much a national title would really help things. And on the flip side, I'll just say this for anyone who may just be discovering, this Texas women's basketball team and so on and so forth. Just call a spade as someone who has, I primarily covered the men, but I have covered the women. I've covered about 8 or 9 games for the past 2 years. Zay, the women are more interesting. I'm just talking about as people, as interviews, as because all the men, right? The AAU of high school basketball, everybody thinks themselves like, I'm a brand. Hate to break it to you, dog. Like, you're not LeBron. There's no need for you to talk in cliches and be a brand. Be interesting. Say something interesting, right? Because guess what? Not all of you are going to be a brand. I would say 75% of you are going to be looking at the G League or Europe, right? So don't be afraid to say something. Whereas the women, like, you interview Maddie Booker, Rory Harmon, Shay Holly, etc. Like Breonna Preston, when Breonna Preston said, I was talking to the LSU bench. I can't repeat what I said. but Bree Preston, what I'm saying? Like, they're just more captivating individuals because of the fact that, they don't get the same like media scrutiny that some of the men get, where they feel like from the time they're 14 years old, oh man, I'm a brand. Like, nah, you're not a brand. You're a ninth man on an NBA team. Be interesting. I miss the era when, some guys were interesting. You know,
I
I'm not saying.
Spoken like a true journalist, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. I'm not saying you got to go Antonio Brown. I'm not saying you got to be crazy like that. But I miss some person. Like, remember Keyshawn? Give me the damn ball. You know what I'm saying? Like Randy Moss. I should. Next time I might shake my you know what at him. You know what I'm saying? Like, interesting. That's all I'm saying. So
yeah. No, I mean, somebody said down here, Karen Ashton, the former coach, did a lot of damage to the brand. I mean, it wasn't great. I definitely say that the brand wasn't great when Karen Ashton was taking over and doing her thing here. And somebody also said on the Coda text line, which hit us up at 512-222-9328. But in the Jody Conrad era, women's basketball was bigger than men's basketball.
Yeah,
that drum all the time. So that's facts. Like, again, Jody Conrad is an absolute legend, a Hall of Famer. I don't think she gets talked about enough with the Pat Summits of the world and Muffets from, Notre Dame, and what's the homegirl's name with the crazy bob from Stanford? I can't think of her name. Tara Vanderveer. Yeah, I can't stand Tara. She's super salty person. I hope she's doing well in retirement. Anyways, but that was wrong. I realized that was wrong. Why did Tara catch a stray there? She
got aired out in the documentary. Remember in the Women's Dream Team documentary, they aired her out. So I don't think you're off base at all.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Yeah, I do remember that. Remember that. Appreciate for having my back there, Henry. But yeah, going back to Breonna Preston.
Yeah.
I don't know if Vic's been saving her in a way, but now we're seeing more playing time. And that LSU game, that was her coming out party.
Yeah.
Like she's just a pit bull out there. She could care less who you are. She don't care how much money you're making in NIL. Like, she wants that smoke. Like, she's about it. And she gonna let you know about it. Like, she's tough. And just the celebrations that the bench had. Like, this team loves each other. Like, they have a lot of fun. And you would think with Vic Schaefer and how, like, just stoic he is, you would think that everybody would be, pretty conservative with how they go about playing the game. But that's not the case. Like, he lets them be themselves. As you were saying, like, they have a lot of great personalities on this women's team. And, again, they just have a blast. Like, that's what it's about. Like, that's what sports about. Even though you're competing and you want to win and you should definitely hate to lose, have fun while doing it, because that's what makes it special. And this women's basketball team, they show us that. And that's very refreshing. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes on the men's side, you get called, we got to be tough. We got to be hard and stuff like that. Not show emotion, but women, they're doing their thing. And they're going to have fun. Madison Booker, she in the crowd doing this after an and one and stuff. And it's like, yo, these ladies, they're balling right now. They know they're cold. Let's bring that energy into South Carolina tonight. So, all right, hey, Henry, so you got Texas winning tonight?
I do.
Okay. All right.
I would say if I had to give a score, I think it's going to look somewhere around that 66-62 range. That they beat South Carolina. I'm actually going somewhere in the range of like 58, 54.
See, I'm thinking 50s too, which is ugly.
Right.
I think it's going to be hard to score for both teams tonight. Yeah. Like, I think it's just going to be a struggle. I think Texas is as locked in defensively as they've ever been. And I think it's just going to be a struggle to put points on the board. So I got the Horns. I'm going to go like 57-52. And it's going to be ugly. But like I say all the time, I'd rather win ugly than lose cute. And that might be what we see tonight if the Horns get a chance to beat South Carolina and get to the national championship game. All right, Henry, let's go from the women's side to the men's side. Uric Malagy, Jordan Pope, Tremont Mark, both those players, Pope and Mark, coming back. Uric Malagy coming back from Kansas State. He was with Chris Beard on that staff. Then he went up to Manhattan to be on Jerome Tang's staff. Now Sean Miller said, you know what? Malachi knows the Texas area. He's coached at U of H. He's coached at Tech. He's coached at A&M, UT Arlington. Like, this dude knows the Lone Star State. So I think that's a huge get, along with, you know, Adam Miller and Andy Cohen and Ryan Anderson. So Sean Miller seems like he's got his staff. Keep Chris Ogden, which I thought was also a very smart move to do. He's got his staff. Now he's got to go in the transfer portal and create this team for 2026. How do you think Sean Miller's done in the weeks that he's been put on as the head coach for University of Texas with his staff and bringing back the guys from this previous year's team?
Yeah, I'll touch on a couple of things, Zay. I mean, first off, to your point, yes, he was going to need people who know the lay of the land here. I tweeted this out that Sean Miller, over his 20-year coaching career, has only had 4 players who list their hometown being in the state of Texas. And one of them is a kid who was born in Dallas, but actually went to high school in Inglewood. Okay, so Sean Miller really has never had to recruit Texas, and nor has he ever signed a ton of players from Texas, which, again, let's not hold it against him. It's expected. You look at where he's coached. He's coached at Xavier twice, right? And then Arizona. I mean, if you're coaching in Arizona, you know this, say, being a hoops head, a hoops expert, you're going to go to Cali, you know, and even when he took over Arizona, that was a bit more of a national brand, right? So you could probably pick off a player or two from different areas, but it wasn't necessarily Texas. You're going to go to Cali, you're going to go West Coast. If you're in Xavier, you know, you're trying to pick off what you can from the Midwest, right? And that's what that roster is primarily made of. So it's not necessarily a knock on Sean Miller, just stating a fact that he doesn't necessarily have a ton of, you know, a ton of history being here in the Lone Star State. So yes, going out, getting an assistant who has coached at damn near every single Division I program in Texas, that certainly helps. I am interested in the Chris Ogden retainal or the retaining, I guess I should say. Retainal is not a word, but the retaining of Chris Ogden. Listen, I'm not shy about this. If you're going to blame Rodney Terry for the roster the assembling of the roster the last 2 years, then Chris Ogden has to share in that blame. Chris Ogden's role is the general manager. Can't run from that, can't hide from that, right? Chris Ogden might hear this, might not like it. That's fine. Like he and I, we've had good discussions, but not so good discussions. Like, that's cool. It's part of the job. But I think you have to put, if you're splitting the blame, it's 50-50, right? So now this would be my defense of Chris Ogden, and I guess de facto Rodney Terry, but of course Chris Ogden's the one with the program. How much of what they were able to do the last 2 years was a byproduct of the NIL not being right? Because I've reported this and I will stand by it. And it's the reason I asked Sean Miller and Chris Del Conte the question I asked them at the presser. I asked Sean Miller, how, from your vantage point, how crucial is NIL in today's college landscape? And what assurances were you given from Chris Del Conte that Texas will compete in the NIL landscape, in the NIL space? Because they weren't competing last year, right? To all the people who hop on my mentions and say, Eric, you're defending Rodney Terry. Why are you getting all these excuses? You're saying that Texas is 8th in NIL. What about coaching? What about player development? My simple response to them is this. All of those things matter. And diehard Longhorn fan, if I came to you and said that Texas football was 8th in NIL spending, would you accept it? Oh, okay, no, I didn't think so. All right, so what are we talking about here, right? So that would be my defense of Chris Ogden, is how much of what he was able to do from a general manager perspective was one arm tied behind his back because they didn't have the funds. I've had conversations with JT Toppin's representative who has told me the details on why that didn't happen. All right, like it either are ready and come prepared to play in the space or you're not. So there's that question. In terms of actual player retainment, yes. Listen, I asked Sean Miller in Dayton. I guess, I can say this here publicly. It wasn't a coincidence that I asked him about Kendall Weaver, because everything I'd heard going into Dayton was that Sean Miller might be coaching Kendall Weaver at some point. I said, let me get a read. I should have asked about the whole damn team if I were smart, but instead I only asked him about Kendall Weaver.
Right.
And Sean Miller was effusive in his praise of Kendall Weaver, talk about every team in America would love to have a guy like him. Well, that ended up being, player retainment with that quote, right? So I do like getting him back. Zay, I would love to get your thoughts on this. These are the two that I think drive the most conversation on our boards and just on, the social media space in general. Tramon Mark and Jordan Pope. I'll quickly start with Jordan Pope. You look at Jordan Pope's numbers. He averaged 10 less minutes a game. He averaged 6 fewer shots a game. His shooting numbers were still more or less what he was at Oregon State. But he showed that he is not a player who can do more with less. So all I'm saying is this. It is unfair to judge Jordan Pope based on last year when the whole offense looked out of rhythm at times. It was, we're just trying to feed Trey, more or less. And everybody, if this doesn't work, all right, here's the ball, go make something happen, right? That's not Jordan Pope's game. I think that's very clear. So I did think it was a valuable piece to get him back. And I'll give it back to you on this with Tramon Mark. I did disagree with Chip on this. I know Chip made a big point. I'm sure he did on this show. Made a big point about Tramon Mark needing to play the point guard, so on and so forth. Where I disagreed with Chip was this. Tramon Mark, was hurt to start the year. All right. The dude missed the first 4 games. I don't understand how you just, in theory, be like, all right, you've been hurt and you haven't really practiced. Go run the point. Right. There's that aspect. You had, quote unquote, right, for the money you spent, a capable point guard in Julian Larry. I'm saying again, for the money you spent, let's at least try him out there and see what we have in Jordan Pope. Secondly, and Zay, you'd be the person to probably, from a basketball X's and O's standpoint, talk about this. Tramon Mark wasn't a true traditional point guard for Eric Musselman at Arkansas. He was a offense initiator, right? The ball was in his hands. I think it's very clear that Tramon is better when is a better player when the ball is in his hands earlier in the clock, as opposed to just being a spot up in the corner guy and like, oh, all right, hot potato, go do something with 7 seconds left on the clock. But Tramon Mark's impact, I think, will be greater in Sean Miller's offense. Again, not as a point guard, because he's not going to be a true point guard, but he's going to be someone who is part of, quote unquote, an offense initiator. So that's kind of my feeling, just, 10,000 foot view on a lot of things, but specifically with, Kendall's Kendall. You want Kendall back. I thought getting Jamie Vincent would be key as well. Cause 7-footers just don't grow on trees. Right. So, I'd like to have him back too. I would have liked to have had Devon Pryor. That's the only miss, but clearly, Zay, this, when you enter the portal with a no contact tag, that means someone's throwing you the bag, right? That means I know where I'm going. So the bag has been secured, right? So that was a lost cause. But yeah, in specificity with Pope and Mark, I like getting both of those guys back. And those are the reasons why I think they will be a better fit in Sean Miller's system.
Yeah, I hear you. RT, again, you're right. Chris Ogden should get a little bit of blame for that, just like Steve McClain, Chappelle, Frank Haif, all those guys should get blamed for how the season ended, not just Rodney Terry. So there's that. But Tramon Mark, I thought it was obvious, even though, like you said, throwing them into the fire once he got off of injury as your point guard, quote unquote point guard, which you're right. Like when people hear point guard, that means you got to be quarterback of the team. Like, no, but you have the offense should run through you in a sense where we got point guards like Rory Harmon. And then you have somebody like, which going from Rory to this person, very different, but that's my point here, to like Juju Watkins.
Sure.
And when she runs point for her team and brings the ball up, different. Juju's looking for a shot. Rory's looking to get everybody involved. Tramon, he's looking for a shot. But there's 2 types of point guards that you can win with. If you could do both at a high level, then hey, you're really cooking with grease here.
Right.
And if you look at the men's Final Four, which we'll get into and later on in the show, all those teams that are there have a solid point guard that could do a little bit of both or a lot of bit of both. From Florida, Walter Clayton Jr., You look at Tahad Pettiford for
Mm-hmm.
Auburn, who I think he's emerged as their, even though he's coming off the bench, as their best point guard. Proctor for Duke, Uzan for Houston. Crier, you can put him in as that combo guard too. That'll bring it up every once in a while. But to get back to my point, like there's different types of point guards out there. I thought RT waited way too long to allow Tremont Mark to have the ball in his hands more. And depending on how the roster comes together for Sean Miller, I think that is based on what Tremont Mark is going to provide and how he's going to look in this offense that's a lot more free-flowing and just a lot more up and down. We're not just trying to get into ISO situations. Like, we're going to move. We're going to cut. We're going to dribble handoffs. We're going to have down screens and guys, setting the down screen and coming up off of, different types of screens to get the ball in shooting situations and then breaking down mismatches. Like RT didn't do that enough. It was just too much. Trey Johnson, take your man. Oh, Trey, you don't have anything. Jordan Pope, take your man. Or Jordan Pope, you don't have anything. Tremont Mark, take your man. You're setting yourself up for disaster there. Like, that's too easy to guard. So now Sean Miller, and again, this is a very difficult thing to do, figure out what everyone on the team does well and what their weaknesses are and base that with your own philosophy. But that's why you get paid millions of dollars to do what you do. Figure it out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to have much sympathy for you there. Like, you're getting paid a lot of money to figure that stuff out. So Tremont Mark, I like him coming back more than Jordan Pope. I don't really know Jordan Pope's role at this point, because he is a undersized two guard, and that's tough. If you're an undersized two guard and you want to be successful, you have to be insanely skilled. Probably the last one that we saw this past season, the 2024 season, was white boy Cam Spencer from UConn. Undersized two guard, tough as nails, insanely skilled, crazy three-point shot. Now he's playing weird minutes for the Memphis Grizzlies. Like, it's hard to do what he did. Jordan Pope doesn't have that skill set. It doesn't mean that he can't be a good player for a team, but there's a reason why those Oregon State teams where he had a high volume when it came to shooting and his point per game average was in the 16s and 17s. They ain't go nowhere. I don't remember them in the tournament.
Right.
I don't remember them, pushing the needle for anything. Like, that's good. Like, you're hooping. You're a solid D1 player. But, again, you're having high numbers on the teams that's not worth a damn. So, for him to be a starter on your team, you're putting yourself in a bind, in my opinion. And him coming off the bench, now we got something there, because he's going to have good games. The dude dropped 41. I know it was against New Orleans, but he had a 40-something point game. That's incredible for anybody playing any type of level of college basketball. That's difficult. 8 or 9 threes. I don't remember how many he hit, but he was knocking it down that game. So he's got it in him. It's just him being a starter, I don't know about that. Him coming off the bench, being ready to come in as a two guard that's ready to shoot, that hopefully in the right offense gets good looks and plays good D, I think that best suits him right now. And he has to be able to agree to that. If I'm Sean Miller, I'm letting him know that. Like, yo, bro, again, we're going to play you, but you starting for us, that might not be the wave, dog. If I were you, I'd go watch Lemon Pepper Lou film.
Sure.
Go watch Lou Williams film. Lou Will, insanely skilled, one of the best six men that we've ever seen. But, like, you have to have a certain mindset coming off the bench where you're locked in on the game and the starters and what's happening, and you're seeing it from a different perspective. And when your number's called, you could go out there and make a difference. I think he could be that. I still think Tremont Mark's a starter. If you could bring him off the bench too, depending on who else you get in the portal, great. But it's going to be interesting to see how both of those guys fit in Sean Miller's offense and Sean Miller's scheme as a whole. And I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, definitely want to respond to both the points you made there with Jordan Pope and Tremont Mark. But Zay, as you know, since I'm pinch hitting here, if I can just make my guy laugh for a quick minute, I'm going to do that in a quick little detour. I'll bring it all the way around, but take a quick little detour. You mentioned the Memphis Grizzlies, and I want to be careful. I want to make sure when no bullets flying around my way. You mentioned Memphis Grizzlies. There's a guy by the name of Ja Morant who's seen the cans doing with damn finger guns, pop. And Zay, just real quick, this is just my, again, I will bring it back to Texas men's basketball. Just real quick, my thought on Mr. Ja Morant. Zay, when you go to the strip club, I'm saying I'm not a big strip club guy, but I've been a handful of times, in my life,
yeah, we know.
I've been to, the Yellow Rose here in Austin. A friend of a friend works there. So
okay.
Nevertheless, but I was just under the impression that when you go to these establishments, they supposed to be one taking their clothes off, not you. So when I hear the story of Ja Morant shirtless in the strip club with the guns, I said, Zay, maybe these young boys operate differently than we operate. Like Zay, I'm around college kids all the time. We're unk age now. What I'm saying? Like we are unk age now. Yeah. And maybe our unk mentality is that if we go to an establishment, that they're supposed to be the ones taking their clothes off, not you, Ja Morant. So that just made me, realize when you said Memphis Grizzlies, I was like, wait a minute, let me be careful, because Ja, you might hear that, that's like, you say the boogeyman, he might come out. So nevertheless, get that off of my chest.
Hey, he deserved that $75,000 that he got fined for throwing up.
Doing, dog,
twice.
Stop it.
Twice, back-to-back games.
They warned him, Zay. They warned him. Stop it.
But they shouldn't even have to warn him anymore. Like, bro, we suspended you for the recklessness that you were doing off the court, like going Instagram Live, holding up the heat. That's just not a good look. It's not. So you doing it after your past, that's just flat out dumb. And
what is your fascination with the guns, young man? That's all I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
nevertheless,
be a millionaire. Like
all you gotta do.
All I gotta do.
Be corny like Tyrese Halliburton. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no wrong with that. Tim Duncan. I always heard, Tim Duncan, look at his fits and this and that. Like Tim Duncan's life looks amazing.
It looks phenomenal.
Like he was with a baddie. They showed him the other night. Like he was at some game and he had a baddie right by him. And I was like, oh yeah, he got the dreads now. He's probably smoking the chronic and stuff. Like Tim's living. Yeah.
So bring it back to Texas men's basketball. Okay, so no, I actually 1000% agree with you on Jordan Pope. I actually thought he'd have been a better fit off the bench even last year, right? I thought, especially when Kendall went down. But my ideal second unit would be him and Kendall off the bench. As far as the guards. Now I'm curious what Sean Miller may have in mind for Kendall Weaver, if he sees him more as a starting type of. And Zay, I'm sure you'd agree. I don't know if Kendall Weaver can be your starting two guard. He's not, his offensive game is not well-rounded enough. And it was tough because this year should have been a developmental year for his offensive game, right? But he got hurt with the hip flexor, so missed, 15, 16 games, right? So he still is a guy who at UT Arlington was a good three-point shooter, but we all know UT Arlington is not the SEC, okay? So the type of looks you're going to get at that level, the WAC, if memory serves me correct, it's not what you're going to get in the SEC. So yeah, I do 1000% agree with you. I think Jordan Pope, that's why I had to look up how tall Lou Will was. I forgot that Lou Will is listed at 6'1", and Jordan Pope is listed at 6'2", right? And I've stood next to Jordan, probably closer to 6 foot. So yeah, like I do like that idea of him having the green light off the bench. I think Tremont has shown, based on the year he had at Arkansas, that he is an SEC level starting guard. Now, granted, Arkansas team ain't do nothing, So it's like, do you want to be Colin Murray Boyles, who is an excellent forward on a bad team? Now, granted, that team lost a lot of close games. Or are you, a starting level guard on a good team, right? But nevertheless, I think Tremont can start. I think for him, Zay, this is my perspective. I haven't talked with Tremont. The implication that I got with him from him when I spoke with him after Dayton or even in Nashville, SEC tournament, was that like he was viewing this as his last year. So this leads me to believe that from an NIL perspective, Tremont surveyed the landscape and said, all right, I'm going to make roughly what I could make in a G League or D League career or overseas. Probably should take a 6th year of college basketball here at the flagship university, my home state, right? So I only mention that, Zay, as I wonder from that perspective. I don't want to throw out a number, right? Because with the rev share, numbers going to be all over the place. But whatever number that Tremont is getting, I wonder if that automatically slots him in the starting lineup. But even from a talent perspective, no, I think that Tremont Mark is a starting level guard on a successful SEC team, not one that's, Eric Musselman's 2023-2024 Razorbacks that won like 14, 15 games, right? So no, I think Tremont is a starting level guard. I'm curious your thought, Zay, because this is, again, I am holding Chris Del Conte and everyone, I think this is crucial. I talked about the NIL. Is the NIL going to be real? I'm curious your thoughts on them missing out on Ryan Conwell. And I'm not necessarily going to put that one and say, oh man, this is proof that they aren't committed to NIL. Because if you pretty much hear what's going on in Louisville, I don't know if the great Papa John is back to delivering bags.
His racist ass, man. They brought him back.
I don't know if he's back, but I don't know where the hell Louisville came from when it appeared to be an Indiana-Texas race. That's
Colonel Sanders family, they putting up that bag.
Bro, someone has to be put up the bag at, what's it, the KFC Yum Center still, I believe?
KFC Yum Center.
I believe that's still the name of the arena. One of the wackest names for an arena ever, dog. That's almost as bad as Enron Field down in Houston. We all know why that was problematic, but nevertheless, I'm not going to hold them not getting Ryan Conwell against them because someone from Louisville just like, yo, we want that dude and threw a crazy bag. But I am curious to see who they get over the next 2 weeks, or at least, get interest. Because obviously, as you know, Zay, this entire roster, Arthur Kaluma was brought in June. All right. So this entire roster doesn't have to be put together in April, but I'm curious to see kind of how the pieces start to fall, Zay. So yeah, like I thought Ryan Conwell would have been the piece, and they got Dalen Swain. So let me also note that Dalen Swain, a guy you look at Draft Express, a top 70 type player, more of a forward than he is a swingman. He's 6'8", 220, 11 points a game. I think he's Zay. I also be curious your thoughts. I think he could take a step up as like a second option on a team because we all know he was the third option behind Fremantle and Conwell at Xavier. But I guess I'd feel a little better if Ryan Conwell and Dalen Swain were in Austin right now.
Yeah, the Ryan Conwell situation's interesting. I've heard rumors about like 2 million, 3 million, right, which I was like, damn, yeah, I understand the boosters not wanting to give him all that. He ain't James Harden. Like, let's relax here. So if he's getting that up in Louisville, Kentucky, salute Louisville. Hey, hats off to y'all for bringing him that bag. But I think he gripped y'all. It is what it is. Dalen Swain, I love his game. Like, I think he has tremendous upside to what you were alluding to. Like, the guy is versatile. He has size. He could guard. That's my favorite thing about him. Like, his defense is solid. He's a really good defender, and you can put him at that point forward position where he was second on Xavier in assists. So he can orchestrate your offense at times, but he could take that next step, and it starts with his shooting. 25% from the three-point range. Don't like that. That is a red light shooter right there from beyond the arc. If he could get around 32, 33, we'll take that. We'll take that. It's still not great, but I've seen a lot worse. So, yeah, I think Dalen Swain was a huge get for Sean Miller and this crew, but yeah, the Ryan Conwell thing, it sucks that he wanted that much money. And I get Louisville's close to his home and Indiana and where he's from and stuff. But also, like, damn, man, like the networking that you could get here in Texas, like those relationships, they last forever. And I don't think some of these guys understand that. And Sean Miller, he's probably just now starting to understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like, just from being around campus and the networking that he's probably already doing. He's probably wondering like, oh man, this is a really special place. No wonder everybody loves this job and all the coaches and the athletic programs are doing well and stuff. And again, Texas, they're gonna get money. It all just depends on the product though. Like they didn't want to give RT that money because no one believed in him.
Right.
Which sucks. Like we never know. Like maybe RT's on the other side. Like give me the money and I can give you something to believe in. Like I need a little bit of help. But everyone's like, nah, you develop on your own. Because we didn't see it with you at Fresno and UTEP. Your teams, they were pretty mid. We saw it with Chris Beard. Chris Beard's out here winning in freaking Little Rock. Chris Beard's out here taking Tech to the national championship game. So there was a certain belief in Chris Beard to where the boosters, they felt a lot better on putting their money up. This basketball season with RT, I don't think he got those opportunities, but also RT, if you put out a better product, then the money would have came rolling in. So we don't know where it stands with Sean Miller exactly. I'm sure when those negotiations were starting, he made sure they knew like, hey, I need this, and that. That will help me before I sign anything. And CDC probably like, okay, CDC, he's a businessman himself. He's going to make sure everybody wins here. But yeah, if the $3 million's true for Ryan Conwell, be gone, young brother. Be gone. We can't do it. Sorry. Like JT Toppin, that one still hurts. But the money that he was asking for and the money that he got in Lubbock, a part of me understands why the boosters weren't trying to put that up. But also, he was Big 12 Player of the Year. So, like, you just got to find that balance. And that's what's difficult about college athletics right now. Like, schools are having a hard time finding that balance. And these boosters and donors, they're having a hard time finding that balance too. You look at Ohio State in football, who arguably had the highest payroll in all of sport. It worked out. They're national champs. So got to pay to play. We get that. We'll see how Sean Miller works around it if he might not be making Arkansas money or making Kentucky money here in the SEC. You got to work with what you get. And again, I think Sean Miller was a good hire. I really do. Whether he's the fat Steve Sarkeesian or not, which I think is cold. I don't see it. I don't know. You've seen him in person. Like I only seen him on TV and stuff. The Husky Sark is crazy. Like for CDC to go and be like, oh, Sark, we got your doppelganger here. I was like, damn, CDC, you wildin'. You really wildin' there. But if you drink some cognac about, hit that thing 4 or 5 times and, running a full 40-yard dash sprint, tilt your head to the side. He looks a little bit like Steve Sarkeesian, but not much in my opinion. I don't know.
Zay, like you said, I saw both of them in person and I seemingly am an expert on lookalikes because MFers be sounding like everybody. If you follow me on Twitter, I had someone say, hey, literally shout out to me, Zay, as you walk directly out of the Bridgestone Arena, you're out on Broadway, so you walk out of the media entrance, you're on the street, and someone said, hey, are you Jay Williams?
Stop playing.
Zay.
Stop.
Jay Williams is, I am 5'10". Jay Williams is 6'2". That's for starters. That's just for starters. Okay? So I am an expert on lookalikes. Dog. Imagine after a long day's work, you know what I'm saying? Texas, CB knows that story. He followed me on Twitter. Shout out CB. What's going on, my guy? Dog, after a long day of work, I just walk out of the Bridgestone Arena. I'm trying to catch the Uber, dog. And someone legit walks, hey, Jay Williams? No.
Oh my God.
So no. So anyhow, back to that. Yeah, dog, like that was foul on CDC's part. And I'm not shading any of the two men, but I've been around Steve Sarkeesian for the past 2 years, and I saw Sean Miller. Like, no, I mean, like you said, if you do all that, maybe you might be like, oh, you kind of look like, but nah, that was wild. So that's just my perspective there. to the points you made, two things you talk about I want to call out. One, 1000% agree, right? I'm sure Rodney Terry is at home. And I listen, I asked Rodney Terry that night, when the Jeff Goodman report dropped before we even got to the presser. I asked RT, hey, if this is your final game, how do you feel about your legacy at Texas? And you heard RT's answer, right? Like, a strong man of faith. God has a plan for him. So I'm sure he's not second guessing anything. However, I'm sure as a coach and as a competitor, he has to wonder like, yo, if I had the same NIL backing, I probably could, make a little something cook myself. So I apologize to any of the viewers who may have seen my eyes shifting a little bit. When Zay mentioned the NIL deal, I was like, crap, I probably should check the latest Texas Board of Regents agenda to see if they are certifying Sean Miller's contract, because I want to see, Zay, like you alluded to, I believe, if not in plain writing, because obviously it'd be kind of tricky to write in contract in a contract, the NIL funding has to be this, right? But I am curious whether it is some sort of verbiage in the agreement or just an understanding, like Jim Schlossnagle has with his boy CDC. I ain't coming here unless I can field a winner. All right. So I'd be curious to see if there is some sort of language verbiage in that contract. I also thought you made one other really good point, Zay, that has bugged me. And I'll go on a quick soapbox here about the transfer portal. Listen, when I was covering group of fives, it was different, right? Because I understood kids are like, yo, I want to go play at insert power school, right? And you want to go chase the bag, right? And everyone's financial background is different, right? I'm not here to shade a player for going out and getting what they can earn. However, the point that you made is so crucial that I don't think kids at this age can understand that when you're our age, it's a lot much easier to understand. The value in a UT degree and the connections you will make, right, are massive. It's the same thing that I think, like, it's the old school values, in like pre-NIL when we were kids, the guy who was never a superstar on the team, but he was a 3-year starter on the football team or a 2 or 3 year starter on the basketball team and just endeared themselves, to the fan base, right? The value of that can go for like 30 years in whatever college town that is, right? That's how you end up with Brock Cunningham Toyota in Austin, right? Or you know what I'm saying, Zay.
I do. I hear you. Yeah.
You will make whatever money that you're chasing in the portal. Dog, you stay at a program like Texas for 3 years and you endear yourself to the fan base, you'll make that money over in your lifetime, right? As an adult. So that is one thing. Now, of course, Ryan Conwell, and this isn't all his fault, but he's on his 4th team in 4 years. Each team he's gone to, the head coach has either been fired or left, right? So I understand him leaving. But to your point, I just thought it was a really good point that you made. I wanted to kind of, exemplify it a little bit is, yeah, man, for some of these kids, I wish they'd understand the value in a UT degree or just even even go 4 years, just endearing yourself to that UT fan base because, Zay, you're a Texan, you're an Austinite. Like you people have long memories of things that you may do in the burnt orange and white, and that'll get you a job. Let's forget 25 through being 55, 60, so that is something that I do wish some of the kids could understand these days. But, hey, you don't know what you don't know. You're 20, 21 years old. You're only thinking about the bag.
Yeah. Good point. I mean, they had my man Vince Young having a cubicle type of job here on the 40 acres where he didn't know what the hell he was doing.
But I bet it paid. I bet it paid.
At all.
He might not know what he's doing, but I bet the check was nice every 2 weeks.
That check was probably fat. But we got my man Eric Henry in the house. Horns 24/7 sports. He is not Jay Williams, which, by the way, there's worse people.
Yes.
To be,
Charlemagne.
to be compared to, because my man Jay Williams, he was dating Clarissa Thompson at one point in time, and that was during all her, frapping stuff coming out. Like all those videos that were out there, not good. Whoever leaked them, they're a foul human being, and they should do some time. But those were going to Jay. That was all Jay. Jay, when she was posing and doing her thing, they were just supposed to be for Jay Williams' eyes only, not everybody else's. Which I think Clarissa Thompson does amazing work for Amazon Prime and Fox and stuff. Like, she's a terrific person in this world of media. But yeah, man, like Jay Williams, he out here. He's out here. So
have you seen Jay Williams' current wife?
I have not.
Dog, she's like pretty much a Molly Curran lookalike.
Really?
Yeah, like Jay Williams pulls heat. Okay, so I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. It's just like, dog, like I can't like every single bald black man out there. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't look like them all. You know, I've gotten Charlemagne, which that one.
No,
dog, Zay, I'm checking the mail at my old residence, and someone says to me, "You know, you like Charlemagne the God." And I said, and then, of course, this person didn't look like us, so I had to compose myself and be like, that's not a nice thing to say to somebody.
It's not cool.
It's not.
That's not cool. Wow, people are bold, man. Damn, people are bold. But
hey, take a second and Google Jay Williams' wife. You can just let me know, because listen, I will stall. I'll carry the show here for a second. Just say that, Carissa Thompson does great work. I had a chance to meet her when I was a grad student. Phenomenal talent. So yeah, I didn't know about all that in her background. But yeah, Jay Williams, I just nothing wrong with being compared to Jay Williams because he
doing all right.
He doing all right.
He doing all right. He doing all right, man. And he a Duke brother too, so he's smart, intelligent. I know some folks hate Jay Williams. I think Jay Williams does a good job.
Yeah, I like
Jay. But again, when you're a Dookie, people feel a certain way about you. You just get a certain hate, which I don't know. Cooper Flagg might be the first one that hasn't gotten that Duke hate. I haven't seen much Cooper Flagg hate at all. And I was hating a little bit early on before the season started. I wasn't hating because he was a Dookie. I just didn't see what we're seeing now. Which, shout out to Cooper Flagg, AP Player of the Year, well-deserved as a freshman. The only freshman to win that award are 3 other guys that have done very well for themselves in the association: Zion Williamson, Anthony Davis, and Texas' very own Kevin Durant. So, yeah, this dude, Cooper Flagg, he's for real. If you hear all those dudes that I just named, which it's ironic that Kevin Durant is the only number 2 pick in that group, because let's just be real, Cooper Flagg's going number 1. We already know that, whichever team's tanking for him. And Spurs fans, since the Final Four's in San Antonio, of course, Duke got to practice at the Spurs facility because David Robinson's son played for Duke, and they obviously got connections there. And Spurs fans are like, we're seeing it come to fruition already. We're seeing the vision. But yeah, man, like Cooper Flagg, he's the real freaking deal. And it's going to be interesting. We'll get into that, some Final Four on the men's side talk after some of these mentions here. Like McCall Custom Homes. If you're thinking about renovating your home, trust the experts. Don't trust the guys that need to be on YouTube that really don't know what they're doing. They're going to charge you an arm and a leg, and they're always out your house, and you're just wondering, please finish already. No, McCall Custom Homes, they're efficient. They'll take care of you, whether it's the kitchen, whether it's the living room, the bathroom, doesn't matter. McCall Custom Homes are the best. It's all about quality. It's all about craftsmanship. The father and son duo have been in the business together for over 40 years, a combined experience of over 50 years. And if you want to see their terrific work, go to the website at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Shoot my man Mike an email at Mike@McCallCustomHomes.com. Shoot him a call at 512-633-9580. It's 512-633-9580. And I'm up on Facebook and Instagram at McCall Custom Homes. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
The best sports bar in Austin, Texas, USA, America is Cover 3. They've got everything you're looking for in a great sports bar. TVs everywhere, so there's not a bad seat in the house, and they've got the right games on. You're not going to have to ask the bartenders, the waitresses, the waiters for the game that you want to watch. They know the games that you want to watch, and the food. My goodness, that's what separates Cover 3 from the other sports bars out there. An upscale menu with tons of great items. You got to try the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. They've got the filet mignon. They've got the fish tacos. Of course, all of the sports bar classics like wings and nachos as well. Great burgers, great salads. I'm telling you, something for everyone. Of course, the full bar, happy hour prices, the weekend brunch. You got to check them out. Anderson Lane, Round Rock, and San Antonio. And, of course, Cover 2, 183 and Lake Creek. It's Cover 3. Dining, spirits, sports.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply, a full service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. They have 2 terrific locations. Y'all should check both of them out. If you're up north, hit up the one on Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, hit up the one off Monterey Oaks and 290. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supplies, your one-stop shop for everything you need. Go to their website at leaflandscapesupply.com so you can check it out before you get there what you want. And when you do get there and you're in the checkout line, let them know your boy Zay Collier put you on, the boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. 10% off. Can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
We're back. Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Chip Brown will be back on Monday. We got my man Horn 24/7's finest, Eric Henry, in the building. And you guys made me do my research, and I did not see this coming. L'Oreal Sarkeesian and Steve Sarkeesian are expecting very soon. If you are listening on the app, I am pulling up a picture of the lovely L'Oreal Sarkeesian, the wife of Steve Sarkeesian, and she has dropped photos of her very pregnant. Of course, still stunning as ever, but yeah, my man Steve out here. Them babies swim. Steve, I see you, dog. And this is a huge 180 from what we heard. I don't know when it was, E. Henry, but it seemed like they were getting separated. You remember that drop in? Was that before the season started? I don't know. But then you started seeing her around more, and you started seeing them interact more. And here's a picture of Steve Sarkeesian kissing his lovely wife as she is pregnant, or I guess that photo's not popping up. Let me try this one more time. There it is. Okay. But yeah, she is very pregnant. They're expecting a beautiful little baby soon. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, but big things happening for Steve Sarkeesian. Congrats to him and L'Oreal. Impressive. Again, we all saw the separation tweets or whatever notes that came out where it was put on Instagram. I don't remember when that was. I guess it was before the season started. You could tell me more, E. Henry, if you remember, but okay.
It was before the season started last year. Yeah.
Okay, before the season started last year. So let's say August.
Just before fall camp.
Okay, so let's say like August, maybe July of last year, and here we are now, beginning of April, and here they are expecting. That's a big deal. That makes me real happy, man. That makes me real happy because they're like the couple of college football. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody loves Nick Saban and Miss Terry and stuff like that. And now that Nick Saban's out the game, it's Sark and L'Oreal. Let's just keep it the buck. You know what I'm saying? Like what Steve Sarkeesian brings to the table, what she brings to the table. Like she's more than just a pretty face. I always see her in Europe on some fashion week type stuff. And you know she be dressing my man Sark. That's why he be looking fly on game days and different things like that. But to know that the relationship wasn't doing well at one point, to see them here, that's a beautiful thing that I can really appreciate.
Yeah, this is one of those rare times that I'm gonna have to give is my guy Zay Collier one of those dry ass I'm a professional beat writer answers. So yeah, I mean I ain't particularly too worried about that man's personal life and how the relationship was going because you know I cover that dude. So I just will revert to my natural default, which is a joke, Zay. Dog, first off, congrats to them. That's all I gotta say. Could care less about their personal life. That's their business. Don't nothing sound more depressing to me than being 50-something years old raising a kid for 18 years, dog.
Whoa, what?
Nothing sound more depressing than that to me. I'll take Steven Sarkeesian out the occasion, out the equation. I got a cousin of mine who was 52 and split up with his girl, and then decided like, oh man, you know I need to fill the void in my life. Another baby, dog. You're gonna be 68 years old, 69 years old at the high school graduation. With the walker, bro, like that shit.
Well, the walker's crazy. 68, the same 68. Come on, Henry.
Okay. Well, I mean, listen.
Look at Pete Carroll. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at my man Bill Belichick. That's a better example. Look at my man Bill Belichick. That's rocking that girl's world. Jordan Hudson. He got her on his feet and stuff like that on the beach. They out and about. He got her in the emails and stuff. My man Bill Belichick, a new man. Like 70's the new 50.
That is great. And however, Bill ain't raising no kids at 70. He just having him some fun at 70. They got blue pills that can take care of that. You know, blue pills can take care of your children. And that's the last thing I'd want to be doing. And listen, I understand me at 34, almost 34. I have shaped a life. I have purposely curated a life without children, okay? So maybe I am speaking from a certain perspective, but it'll nothing sound more depressing to me than being 50-something years old. Like raising a kid.
Wildin' dog.
I'm just saying. So listen, all that stuff about them breaking up and what that's their business. I don't care nothing about that. I'm just speaking broadly. Don't nothing sound more depressing. Hey, Soul Scream, what up? What up, dog? Yo. Can you imagine being 62, chasing around a little 10-year-old about get out the damn, good pantry? Like, oh my gosh.
You sound like an Anthony Edwards fan right now, too, man. That's how you sounded.
I freaking am an Anthony Edwards fan. I think he is the best American-born player in the NBA. And I think that man said, here is $1.1 million. Don't cuff me no more. No renegotiation. This is it.
Oh my gosh, man. That is raising the infant at 50. But again, like this, what's really raising? Because again, Sark making 10-point-something mil. The nanny always going to be around. There's always going to be somebody like that. Sark got a lot to worry about. We got to get the ball in the end zone on the 1-yard line. You know what I'm saying? Sark's going to be there for the kid, but the kid's going to have everything it needs. The kid's grandkids are going to have everything it needs. You know what I'm saying? Like, 10-point-something million is 10-point-something million for multiple years here, not just 1 year. Sark, that contract, what is it, 2031? I think, Henry. Yeah, man. So that's, that's going to be taken care of there. But damn, man, like now praising Anthony Edwards now, which let's go to Ant. Let's go to Ant here again. Steve Sarkeesian, L'Oreal, beautiful thing that y'all are doing with the baby. Congrats. Ant Edwards, because Chip and I have talked about this.
Okay, yes.
And a part of me is like, you know what, Ant? You don't get along with the baby mama. Cool. You got foe already. That's a lot. And if you watch, don't laugh, man. Don't, because you're going to make me laugh. I'm trying to be professional here.
I apologize.
I'm trying to be professional here. 23 foe, that's a lot. And they all It's just Atlanta. I'm gonna say that they all very Atlanta. Take that how you may. They're very Atlanta. Like you could got, you know, something different, but the Atlanta sisters, they're a little different. Aunt clearly didn't care. But he's giving her the money, and he doesn't want to be in the life because he has something with the baby moms. You can have something with the baby moms, but still be a father to the child. That's where that's the problem that I have. You don't again, you're gonna have to make it work with the baby moms. That's what happens. You're gonna have to come to some type of agreement or compromise on how the baby is raised. But to neglect the baby for 18 years, come on, Aunt, you better than that. At least I hope you would be better than that. That's your seed. Okay, hey, bring him on to Minnesota for a week or so, maybe for the summer, something like that. Again, just like I said with Steve Sarkeesian, you got enough money to hire a nanny, to hire somebody to supervise, somebody to take care of your kid. You don't even got to do the dirty work. You know what I'm saying? None of that, because you got the money and the resources to take care of it. But be in the kid's life. You know, that's not too much to ask. Especially when, and I feel like the baby mama that he's with, the one that, you know, is his girlfriend. If y'all watch the Starting Five old documentary on Netflix, you see that he's very much in love with homegirl. She in her 30s and Aunt 23. So, you know, it's whatever. When men do it, we don't bat an eye, but when women do it, we have something to say. It's whatever. But either way, she definitely has a say. He doesn't want to hurt her because, Aunt, you cheating. Let's just call it like it is. You were cheating. You were wilding. You were living up to the reputation that everybody has on NBA players, which isn't necessarily fair because not all NBA players be out here dogging, but there are the Shaquille O'Neal and Edwards of the world that give the NBA a bad rep. So Ant wants to do right, and I think in his mind, E. Henry, this is doing right by his girlfriend or fiance. I don't know if they married. I have no idea what the situation is. I haven't watched all of Starting Five. I just watched up to the part where she was having the baby. But he's trying to do right by her by being okay, I know I messed up. I know I cheated. I'm just going to put all my effort into you because I think that's the right thing to do. No, you already messed up. And the girlfriend, she shouldn't put him in that. She should be hey, you're better than this. I wouldn't want you to neglect our child because, again, let's keep it a buck. How long we expected that relationship to last? I'm just saying the stats show that with the luggage that Anthony Edwards has, I'm sure homegirl's on her last leg where she was you know what? I should have listened to my homegirls when they were telling me this dude ain't shit. This dude, he think he could do anything he wants. He got 3 other babies, including yours. What are you doing, girl? Take that money and run. Have some self-respect. But she in love. She want to see it work out. That's fine. But she should be saying, no, you need to be here for all of your kids, all of them. Money's not enough. You have to be present because you're already not going to be present in a lot of ways due to your job. You could play up to 8 months out of the year. So when you do have time, make time for the kids. Come on, Aunt. Just giving money up and saying, I don't want nothing to do with either one of them. That's foul, man. That's foul. And I like Anthony Edwards. That's why it sucks. I like him, but he's so immature. He's so young-minded and immature. And I just wish it was different. I wish that he took a little bit more responsibility. They're Jimmy hats. Yeah, you could afford a Jimmy hat. Apply that. It'll feel the same. I ain't trying to hear that, Aunt. I ain't trying to hear that. You messed up your bed, now you gotta lay in it. That's what it is, bruh. So just take ownership and responsibility and be there for the kids. It's not the kids' fault that you were immature about the situation, that you weren't responsible. like be around the kid's life. Now the kid probably gonna grow up and hate his dad, even though he's gonna have money. Like that's still, for some kids, that's not enough. You know what I'm saying? And we've seen this story way too many times in sports. And it's bad, man. This new era. John Morant wilding, Anthony Edwards wilding, these YNs, man.
Stupid, bro. Stupid. Let me address this right here. All right. Let me address this right here. Let me bring some seriousness to the show. All right. If I may lead with my favorite Karl Malone quote.
Whoa, wait a minute. No.
As I bring seriousness to the show.
Come out.
And to be clear. Hang on. And to be clear. I hate Karl Malone. This is the only Karl Malone quote that I will use. Karl Malone once said, for the audience who may not know this, I love to make people laugh. I love making they laugh. This is what I do. For the audience who may not know this, Karl Malone gave birth. Karl Malone, he didn't give birth. Karl Malone helped create a young man by the name of Demetrius Bell, who went on to be a left tackle in the NFL for about a decade. Played for the Buffalo Bills, played for Oakland, etc. Karl Malone, if y'all know, from that small town in Louisiana, was knocking up all kinds of women of all kinds of ages. And when asked later, hey, Demetrius Bell wants to reach out to you, because he also became a pro athlete and was in the not nearly as famous as Karl Malone, but was interviewed and whatnot. He said, yeah, I'd love to reach out to him. Karl Malone said, man, it's too late for that. I ain't got time for all that.
Wow, Karl.
So clearly, Anthony Edwards learned from Karl Malone. Edwards said, listen, it's too late for that. I provided what I provided. It's too time. I ain't got time to be no daddy. They ain't got time for that. It's too late for that. My point is, okay, serious note here. I agree with everything you said. Say, listen, I am a little bit of background on me, right? So I am, my grew up with a single mother. My dad was and is in my life, but my parents were never together. Some of my best memories with my dad, and to this day, is just talking on the phone, just running stuff by him, even though I didn't grow up in the same house with him, he was always a phone call away. If I ever felt like I need something, I could hit him up, So to your point, I 1000% agree, right? Like listen, man, I don't want to psychoanalyze, but I didn't grow up with $1 million check, right? And let's hope that the $1 million check that is cut to the woman that is having this baby, decides like, this is not for me to go get, BBLs or whatever. It's to take care of the kid, right? But I know I never felt without, even though from a monetary perspective, I was without a fair amount, because I always had two parents I could lean on, right? So to your point, there is more than just a monetary aspect that goes into this. But Zay, on the flip side, when you're 23 years old and you got 4 baby mamas, like, you don't know what you're doing. You sit here and you think like, all right, it's that mentality of, well, this kid's gonna grow up better than me because I grew up broke. This kid's don't have money, So hopefully Anthony can get some good advice and not take the Karl Malone approach. But also to your other point, dude is gonna be gone 6-7 months out of the year. You can't. I'm not out here to lecture nobody on their lives and parenting and whatnot. But it's hard enough to be a parent to 4 kids when you work a regular 9 to 5 and you got 2 kids in the household, let alone you're traveling all these types of places.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, y'all, let's get to the right call. My man Eric Henry filling in for Chip Brown, doing a hell of a job per usual. Right call today, little Texas spring football talk. I saw E. Henry that you're putting out great articles about the transfer guys that are here at Texas. And I want to ask you for the right call today. Which transfer portal player, there's only 5 of them as of now. We don't know what's going to look like when it opens again, but which transfer portal guy do you expect in this 2025 season for Texas football to make the biggest impact? Whether it's Travis Shaw coming from North Carolina, Cole Brevard coming from Purdue, Harold Canoe coming from Ohio State, Brad sprints from Arkansas, or even my man who I struggle getting his name, the punter,
Jack Bowmeister,
the Australian. What up, mate? Yeah, what do we have here? Who do you think, is going to be the transfer guy out of these five with the most impact for this team?
I will give you the name that I think is going to make the most impact, and then I will give you like the three that I think are really crucial. So to answer your question, I think Travis Shaw. Travis Shaw is a kid who started at North Carolina last year, was a rotational guy. He was a 5-star coming out of high school. And obviously, you know, in today's day and age, it doesn't really mean like too much because you do get 5-star talents who don't work out, right? But when you look at his measurables, the comparison I would give you, I don't know much of a football guy like in depth you are. Remember Ed Oliver, you know, former Houston defensive tackle? Yeah. Like that's the comp on him in terms of coming out of high school, right? Obviously, Ed Oliver went to Houston because he got the bag and dominated, you know, for 3 years and went pro. But from a physical and athletic POV, that is the comp on Travis Shaw. I really like the way that Pete Kukowski, Kenny Baker and company have shown that they can take transfer pieces, look no further than last year, right? And develop them and get the most out of them. Jermaine Lole was a guy who was banged up for the past 2-3 years and comes to Texas and has a good year. Bill Norton's the guy who was at Georgia and, you know, was kind of a rotational guy, didn't play a ton, has a good year. I think Kenny Baker's going to get the most out of Travis Shaw. 6'5". Let me grab my roster here and see what he's listed at as Texas. Here's my roster. My desk is a mess here. At UNC, he was listed at 6'5", 320. What is he listed here at Texas? He is listed at Travis Shaw is, oh man, my numbers are all messed up here. 6'5", 350. So maybe Zay, you want him a little bit in maybe like the 330 range, because even Cole Brevard is at 6'3", 352. I'd be curious to see when they get some of that Texas heat in their training in the summer, see where those numbers fall off, right? But I think Travis Shaw, in terms of one guy, I think he's going to have a huge impact. The other two, Brevard's going to have an impact as well. I think as a run stuffer, I think it's going to be good. Don't discount Jack Bowmeister. Remember what Ryan Sanborn did in 2023 for Texas when he transferred him from Utah, really stabilized that punting game as a weapon, right? How many times the Alabama game, for example, the one they won at Alabama, Ryan Sanborn had 3 punts inside the Alabama 10-yard line. That was a weapon, right? So don't discount him. I think it's going to be huge for Texas to stabilize that punt game and to give Michael Kern an opportunity to develop a little bit. And last but not least, Brad Spence. And for the audience, don't get caught up in just his stats, right? Because he was a rotational guy, started like 4 or 5 games last year. If you compare his sack to pass rush numbers, and I wrote this, in the profile of him, Anthony Hill averaged a sack, 1 sack per 10.6 pass rush snaps, right? So, you know, pass rush snap, like obviously you can sack the quarterback on a play that's not a pass rush, but one that's designated like you're either a blitzer or a pass rusher. Brad Spence was like 11.8. So he's right there on that Anthony Hill line in terms of when he pass rushes, he knows how to get to the quarterback. But I also think he'll kind of be that third linebacker, that David Benda, Mo Blackwell spot. And he and Trey Moore, that's what I'm keeping my eye on. If they can pair as a group, combination outside linebacker, edge rusher, on the opposite side of Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons, look out.
I like it. I mean, again, with how strategic Steve Sarkeesian and this coaching staff are, which we hear you fans and viewers that are saying that we're a little choppy right now. I hope that all gets taken care of. I can't tell from my side of the screen, but Sark didn't bring in many guys. That's just not what they do. They bring in what's needed and they work from there. So clearly when you lose a Bill Norton and a Vernon Broughton and an Alfred Collins, you're going to need bodies in the interior. So that's where Canoe, Brevard, Shaw, that's where they all come into play. I'm very excited about Travis Shaw. Yeah, she talked about him looking a little, bigger than what he should be at. And as you just mentioned, North Carolina, you're around 320. Here at Texas, weighing in around 350. So maybe we could, lose some LBs there to where he's a lean, mean fighting machine at the defensive tackle position. But I'm still really excited about his upside. Like, I like the Ed Oliver comparison. I thought Ed Oliver was solid playing for the Buffalo Bills and during this time at H-Town. So I'm good with that comparison right there. But I think Brad Spence could come in and be a dog, and especially filling in for somebody like David Benda. When you're a 6-year senior like Benda was, you had a lot of responsibility, not only on the field, but off the field as a leader. And I thought David Benda was terrific at that spot. And I'm not saying Anthony Hill or Leo Galafau aren't terrific as leaders, but somebody that has experience like Brad Spence and is also a Texan, being from the Houston area and playing with guys like Matthew Golden and Jaden Blue back at that Klein school that they went to. Like, it's going to mean a lot to him playing for his home state. So however Pete Kwiatkowski could use him, that's going to be fun to see. And with the rest of those guys too. Now, let me ask you this, E. Henry. Going into this next opening of the transfer portal, we're seeing the injuries starting to kind of take toll here in spring practice, from Ryan Wingo, a hamstring, Jordan Washington hurting his shoulder. DeAndre Moore's already out. We know about Derek Williams, and I'm sure they're slowly bringing back Christian Clark, who I've been hearing good things about, but also CJ Baxter. So being cautious with a lot of guys here. Where do you think Texas is going to go in the transfer portal? What's the needs and what's just a must-have for Steve Sarkeesian and this coaching stuff?
Yeah, I'm going to bring the mic a little closer here because I heard what you said about choppy. So hopefully, it's coming in clear for our audience, our viewers and listeners. But to your question, Zay, let's start at tight end. That's the spot with Jordan Washington being injured, having the shoulder injury. Zay, I am not a fan of bringing in transfers just to bring in somebody. I firmly believe that you don't just bring in a veteran, just say, oh, we need a body, right? Because that can impede the progress of some young guys. I've used this example, and I'll use it here on the show with you. You look at last year, Texas brought in Kendrick Blackshire from Alabama. He came in heavy. Didn't work out. He ends up going to UTSA. What did that do? That paved the way for a Ty Anthony Smith to have a really excellent freshman year on special teams, and now looks like he can be a guy who can contribute this year, possibly in that third linebacker role as well, right? Amari Nyblack transfers to A&M. You basically leaves your tight end spot with no returning production in terms of catches, from last year. And I still think if Jordan Washington, if that's an injury that's not going to keep him out for the entire spring, I want to see how he develops. The comp that I think most people are getting, using, rightfully so, is JT Sanders. I would point to, and this is a name that, you probably have to go a little bit of a ways back, but during Steve Sarkeesian's first 3 years at Washington, he had a tight end, Austin Seferian-Jenkins, who ended up being a second-round pick by Tampa Bay, was an all-conference player at Washington. I think that's the comp, just because of size-wise. JT was like 6'3" and change, 240. And what did JT have? Some weird bench press, like 9 reps on the bench.
Times, something like that.
Austin Seferian-Jenkins, 6'5", 260, put up like 16, 17, 18 reps. I think that's more of a Jordan Washington comp because Jordan's 6'5", 250, but very athletic as well. So that's the spot that I still would rather the young guys they've recruited develop, but given Jordan Washington's injury, I could see going to the portal there. Another spot that I'm semi like, do you portal? Do you not portal? Steve Sarkeesian and Kyle Flood have been very specific about not portaling offensive line. And I agree with their philosophy. Football is my wheelhouse. You can be a running back, you can be a linebacker, you can be a defensive end. can have multiple position coaches, right? Because more or less I'm not saying technique doesn't matter, but it's not as pivotal as offensive line, where like your hand placement, footwork, all those things, they're coached so differently from coach to coach, right? So I understand why Steve and Kyle Fuller are like, listen, we don't want to go to the portal because we don't want to get a guy who's on his fourth team in 4 years. He's had 6 different offensive line coaches. I don't have any time to really develop that guy to do what we want to do. But I am curious to see how the offensive line shapes up because it is young and inexperienced. Daniel Cruz, center. Brandon Baker, right tackle. Trevor Gooseby, left tackle. Where do you go at guard, right? With Missoula. So and others. So that's where I'm a little curious for how that spot. Malik Godbolt, another guy, been in the program a while, a little bit untested. Curious what they could do there. And last but not least, wide receiver. I could see them going to the portal there, especially with Ryan Wingo now as the hamstring. Inexperience with Parker Livingstone, Jimmy French, Khalik Lockett, Michael Terry. I would prefer, Zay, out of all the 3 spots that I just listed there, tight end is the one that I would say, okay, because it is crucial in Steve Sarkeesian's offense. And that's the one that I think in theory, it'd be quickest to pick up for someone coming in after spring to pick up the offense, understand what Steve wants to do there. That could work. I would much rather some of these young, talented wide receivers that you've recruited, let them develop some chemistry with Arch Manning, because it's not lack of talent, right? That's not the issue. It's not that they don't have guys who are talented, it's just that they're inexperienced.
Yeah. Well said. He is Eric Henry, Horns 24/7's finest. Henry, I appreciate you, dog, rocking with me on this Friday, filling in for the great Chip Brown. Let's bring in the gentleman on Open Gym, Patrick, Matt. What's happening, fellas?
Oh, it's good to be here on a Friday afternoon, enjoying it. Matt, I do have to ask you the question. Are you the person who posted Baby Sark? The headline on Twitter?
I edited it, but I did not post it, no.
Okay, whoever came up with that, thanks for ruining everybody's weekend. I really appreciate the fact that now Baby Shark is now in my head, and I'll be saying Baby Sark in my head every 12 seconds for the next 10 hours.
I got
singing that over and over again. Really appreciate that is awful.
Yeah. Well, happy Friday, y'all. Good luck to the Texas basketball team. Appreciate you, bro. See you on Monday.
Appreciate the guys there. Zay and Eric Henry filling in there for Chip. It is a Friday afternoon. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Hopefully, I believe our echo is gone now. The echo problem was in the other room. It's not in our room, so I believe the echo is officially gone for today, and hopefully it'll be fixed by next week for everybody. We welcome everybody coming in. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. A lot to get into today, but ready to go on to breathe in. Are you ready to go on a Friday show? How you feeling today, Matt?
I wasn't the one who tweeted that either, and I wasn't aware of the Baby Sark tagline there, and that is just absolutely killing me right now. So it honestly, I think I've been saw my man CB post about it already. Like as soon as it came up, I'm like, dang, really? That's that's. But congratulations to Sark.
Yeah, congratulations.
That's amazing.
I made a joke on ours that we were going to talk about the 10 ways that Sark having a baby will affect Texas this season. Just trying to get a real clickbait article, but I didn't have time to prep that. I didn't have time to prep that article, so we're not going to discuss that today. But yes, apologies to everybody who also did not see that post and is now going to be singing Baby Sark in their head for the next 2 days. Every time anyone mentions Texas football, your brain will just do that if you have a messed up brain like myself.
I can see the Texas Longhorns football social media post right now. It's going to be amazing.
Oh, I feel like Sark's going to roll back into practice on like Monday or Tuesday and just be like, first person who says it runs laps. That's it. Just nobody gets to say anything. Run laps immediately. We're gonna get in to some transfer portal talk as we've been doing every day, talking Texas basketball and returns as well. Another return for Texas basketball. Get into the Texas women playing in the Final Four as soon as our show was over at 6:00. They waited for us it's not just normal scheduling. They're waiting for us to finish up to go do that. We'll also talk a little bit about the Final Four in the men's side of the bracket as well. Adam Schefter didn't really break some news, but did mention Arch Manning in an interesting piece. We can discuss that a little bit. We'll get into a Lance Zierlein mock. I've seen they've had a couple up there, so we'll get into this Lance Zierlein mock. We'll also talk a little bit about John Morant being John Morant, Urban Meyer making possibly one of the most obvious statements in the world, but we'll go over that and maybe discuss the Texas Longhorns schedule next season. Texas baseball, big series this weekend against Georgia as well. We're also going to introduce Matt's new segment where he's going to get you ready for the weekend with some bourbon selections and some bourbon recommendations for you. We'll be going over some of those. So if you're a whiskey drinker, bourbon drinker like me and Matt are, maybe get you ready for something to go sit out as the weather gets nice, sit on the back patio and enjoy a nice bourbon as we wait for the season to begin. And I also want to pick our movie that we're going to be watching as we get into it every Wednesday. We'll start going over a different sports movie. So we'll do all of that on the show today and maybe some more. Shout out at the beginning of the show as well to Bill Schoening, who announced today that he is going to be leaving the Spurs as their radio broadcaster after several years. But Bill Schoening was with Texas before that. I've worked with him a few times when I was at the Zone, and then they told me I was working in San Antonio, so I took over WAI stuff there as well in the tickets. So I worked with Bill for a little bit of time, but amazing, great. It's gonna be weird hearing somebody different do the Spurs games now when I'm on my car and just trying to turn on the game to listen to. It'll be weird to hear that, but maybe we'll get Bill to do some Texas games again when Craig Way can't make it.
Yeah, I'm obviously not a Spurs guy, so I'm not too familiar with him, and not as familiar as you are, especially. But for me, that would be like Craig Way leaving the Longhorns broadcast, or Mark Followell or Chuck Cooperstein not doing Mavs games anymore. So that would be weird. That'd be weird. Those are some of the goats right there.
Yeah, because Bill did Texas before Craig, so he was doing it. Craig was like the backup guy, and Craig would do a lot of games, and Bill would do games, and then Bill went off, and Craig took over, and how long has that been? So that long he's been over at the Spurs. So it's a great career for Bill Schoening. So shout out to Bill Schoening, who's a super nice guy as well. We also have mutual friends of a band, which is always weird that me and him have introduced the same band several times. A band called Extreme Heat that's been around for town forever. My dad actually played in a band with a guitar player from that band back in the 60s. So we both have ties to this band that we go and introduce. So shout out to Extreme Heat as well. Always awesome whenever you check them out when they're in town. Let's get into it, Matt, as we start to get into Texas basketball talk. And we saw the report that, as we keep wondering who's going to come back, we still have not seen the Kendall Weaver, the one guy that we all really wanted to come back for Texas basketball, have not seen the graphic yet. We have seen 3 graphics now. The third graphic being Jordan Pope has officially stated that he will be returning. I did not see that coming. It makes sense to me in some sense of why he would come back. It makes sense to me because he's going to be playing for a really good coach in Sean Miller. He gets to keep what he's doing here at Texas. And I don't know if he was going to get a better NIL package than what he was getting right now at Texas. And I mean, if you're going to get the same thing, I think your numbers last year dipped enough that no one's you're not necessarily on everybody's radar. So maybe you go back to a smaller school, maybe you go to another school that's SEC or, maybe ACC, something like that. I don't know if he wanted to do all that. He comes back to Texas. And so I get why he would want to come back. I wasn't quite sure that this is a Texas team that would ask for everybody to come back. They did. And they've now gotten Trevon Mark back. They've got Jordan Pope back, 2 guys that you weren't necessarily expecting to be back on this roster next year. But he's retaining players. The question is, did you want to retain everybody after a really lackluster season?
I mean, there's a couple different ways you could look at it. Like for Jordan Pope, like you said, it makes sense for all those reasons. But also, I think he probably is looking at what Sean Miller's trying to do with this offense. And he thinks that he fits better in that type of attack than he did with Rodney Terry, and maybe he could be a little bit more successful being used in a different way. So that's one way you could look at it as a positive for sure. What I don't like, obviously, undersized guard, kind of a combo. That we both hate that term, combo guard, where it's like that just means you don't really have a real position that you're just kind of undersized and you can do a couple different things. But sure. I mean, it's good to have some continuity, I suppose, when you got, a couple different guys coming back who know each other and know how to play together. This also probably signifies a little bit to me that they're not too confident about the guards that are in the portal, like not in terms of those players, but maybe in terms of landing a couple of those guys.
Yeah.
So they want to get a guy that they can put on their bench. They can be like, all right, we have our backup, 2-guard now or whatever. So that position is solidified. Now we can go out and try and find our number 1 guard instead of bringing in like 2 or 3 guys that, we don't really know what we're going to get at this level. We know what we have in Jordan Pope. It's just a matter of, can we get him to do more? So there's a couple different, ways you could look at it as positive. I didn't think he was going to come back of all of these guys. Well, I guess Tremont Mark was the one I really didn't expect to come back because I didn't know that he had a 19th year of eligibility left. but of everybody, this is probably the biggest surprise to me because I just didn't think he fit very well last year. And but maybe he'll fit better with Sean Miller. This is why they brought in Sean Miller, right? Because he's a better basketball coach than Rodney Terry. So maybe he'll figure out how to use guys better.
And I mean, I think you're hoping that you unleash a bit more of his Ryan Conwell. That, what we saw Ryan Conwell be able to do at Xavier, that it's somewhat of a similar player. They're around the same height. They're, neither one is probably a true point guard in the sense of this guy is going to lead everything that happens. So I think maybe that's the thought is we can try and make him into this. I don't know if he's as good of a 3-point shooter. I think there's still a ton of questions you have to answer about this. He does fit into the run and gun. That kind of offense that it really looks like they're trying to put together an offense that wants to get out in the open, play in transition. They want to move the ball quickly. The more and more we don't see any big names or big guy names coming off the board to Texas so far, it makes you believe that they're going to try and stay out of the half court. Now, the issue with that is you better play a lot of defense to do that. Because if you want to be in transition and you want to be able to run and not get stuck in half court offenses where they're just going to be able to outsize you, then you have to be able to play defense as well. We know Kendall Weaver can. We know Tremont Mark can. We know Dalen Swain can. So now it's, can you protect the rim? Those are where you're going to have to start figuring that out. We just hit the dead period today. So we are no longer probably going to get any visits for the next week. So for the next week of the transfer portal, it'll then go on for another week and a half after that as well. I believe it ends on the 22nd, if I'm remembering off the top of my head, is when the portal will officially, that's the last names that go in. You can still sign players once their name is in after the fact, but that is the last, that will be the last day that you start to see people's names getting into there. But the dead period is for 1 week. It's basically because the Final Four and everything else that you cannot meet with players in person. You can still do Zooms. You can still have phone calls, FaceTimes, however else you want to do it. Anything you want to do, contact that's not in person is still permissible, but you cannot have players visit the campus. So that is why you probably won't see as many people signing next week. Now, there will be a few that went beforehand that signed. It's kind of been happening in the afternoons. I think you'll see some more names. We just saw another guy from Alabama jump into the portal today as well. You'll see more that come out, a couple over the weekend. I think Monday, Tuesday, you'll see a lot more names jump into the portal. And then the following week will be when we really start to see it get crazy. And that's when it'll start to get a little bit more nuts, because that's when all the bigger names are starting to get picked off the top and teams might get a little bit more desperate. And that is where, if Texas does not have at least one big man, probably two you'd like to have around that time, that's when you start to worry, because that's the push of, are we not going to have a big man going into basketball next season?
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit more concerning. I mean, you can still get commitments during this time. So, and there's, like you said, you can still talk to people, but we really need to start seeing some of these names, these big men, like, put Texas in your top 5, please. Like, any of these guys at this point, you're really getting down to the nitty gritty here. And I don't know how many guys are going to be left after the Final Four, how many big guys are going to be left that, can make a big difference on your team and be a starter and be the everyday rim protector and rebounder and back to the basket guy that you so desperately have needed for the last couple of years. So we need to start seeing some movement in that area. I'm still, after what we talked about yesterday, I'm starting to think that 2025 is going to be more of a bridge year, and then 2026 is going to be the year where they really start to go all in on this stuff. Part of that's probably because of how late it got started. I bet that CDC would have hoped that Texas didn't make the tournament so that he could have made this move sooner. And then they could have gotten kind of a jump on this stuff, but things happen the way it happened for a reason. And it's just going to, it sounds like it's going to be kind of a down year for Texas basketball in 2025, despite the massive coaching hire that's going to shift the size or seismically shift Texas basketball for years to come. Right. It is what it is.
No, and so this is where Texas ends up with Jordan Pope coming back, with Tremont Mark coming back. We're hoping Kendall Weaver. I mean, everything's looked positive so far in that front, but you never know on those types of things. Nick Cody is coming back. You would have loved to see Devin Pryor stick around too. I think he just, he was ready to go. He was ready to move on. That goodwill we talked about earlier about, trying to be able to bust your butt for 2 seasons for Rodney Terry and earn goodwill and be like, okay, I'm starting to get some playing time, and then have to prove yourself over again. And especially if they said, well, Dalen Swain's coming in and possibly Tremont Mark coming back, and they're both playing your position, that kind of is maybe a shot too of, well, if I'm behind 2 guys already and there's 4 guys on the team, maybe it's time for me to move on because there's just too many people at this position where I'm at. But I think that and I can say it's not all going to happen. There will still be people coming into Texas for a while. I believe Arthur Kaluma was like late June is when he signed with Texas. So guys will be in the portal, and graduate transfers and stuff it'll come later on for some of these guys. It'll go into the summer to get some guys, but you would really like to be close to a complete starting lineup and most of your lineup. You may be a player short, but you don't want to be 3 to 4 players short as we get to May. And that's kind of where Texas is can you, by the end of April, have 6 players that we believe are rotation guys? I'd like you to have 7, but at least 6 that I feel are really going to be good players for Texas next season. And right now, I mean, Nick Cody maybe is in that. We just don't know with Nick Cody because he wasn't that level of player last year. He was super athletic, very talented, but not necessarily able to play in an SEC. In another conference, he definitely would be able to. But playing with a bunch of big guys out there where you're going up, it's going to be tough. Now, here's the good part for if we want to tell the positive story of long-term building to build up teams is Jonai Broom in Auburn. I think that's really where you look at it. You may even say Houston to an extent, but Texas should not try and be Houston. That is a bad model to build yourself after if you're Texas. It's just you're not getting those types of players to come to Texas most likely. And it's a weird, the culture of Texas is so much different than what they're able to build at Houston than what they'll be able to build here. So I don't know if that's where I would try and model my team after if I was Texas. Let's be a gritty underdog. You don't want to be that if you're perennially the overdog and perennially the favorite. I always say overdog favorites. You don't want to be that. But I think that if you look at Jonai Broom, came from Morehead State, not necessarily thought of it to be the best prospect in the world, even coming in the transfer portal. And a couple years later, he is a favorite for every award now, and the guy's blowing up everywhere. The big difference for what Texas is dealing with in that is get me a big guy, because that is kind of the difference. Is it's way, way easier to make a guy really great and impactful if he's 6'9", 6'10", 6'11", than it is to make somebody who's 6'4", 6'5", because how good they have to be at 6'4", 6'5", you've probably seen flashes of it already. But a big guy, a lot of times, they're just kind of not polished yet. Or even, we saw them things with Dylan Dessou, where Dylan Dessou just hadn't grown into his body yet. And even by the time he was leaving as a senior, he still had a little bit of that. I always call it the baby deer of Dylan Dessou. There's always a little bit of that kind of made you wonder about what he was going to be able to do, at a higher level, because he just wasn't super the best coordinated guy out there on the court. And then he overcame a lot of that. But do we have more breaking news here from Mint?
We have some breaking news. Yes, Purdue transfer forward Cam Hyde has committed to Texas.
All right.
Per Joe Tipton. I assume you have some more knowledge on this guy. 6'7" sophomore, 4.7 points, 3.6 rebounds per game. I don't have his shooting stats pulled up in front of me right now because I literally just got this alert on my phone. So
I don't even know if he was on our list of guys that they had talked to. I don't even know if I have I don't think I even had him.
Stats as we speak. Let's see, Camden Hyde.
Wow.
Okay.
All right.
I've got it here. He is 6'7", 205 pounds from Wayzata, Minnesota, which is a very great little sleepy lake town in Minnesota that I've actually been to before. It's quite nice. 57.6% from the floor last year, 49.1% this year, 45% from three in 23-24, 39.2%. That the 45% number was on basically one attempt per game. This past year, he had 2.2 attempts per game, 39.2%, 80.6% free throw shooter. Also averaged 3.6 points, 0.4 assists. And he played in 8 games this past season, 19.7 minutes. He started 8 games this past season, 19.7 minutes per game, 36 games played. So he seems like kind of a guy off the bench, a shooter off the bench. 6'7" is a nice size for a shooter. I don't know what kind of volume that he's going to be responsible for at Texas, but it's a name. We got a name, Patrick. That's our second transfer commit that we've gotten in the last few days. So that's at least something, right?
That's something. Yeah, he's another guy that's the same height as everybody else. He's another guy that's a swing guard. I mean, we're gonna be set at swing guard. I'll throw that out there. We're set at swing guard, guys. We have this is. I'm glad we're getting guys
profile real quick. Purdue's a good basketball school. They are
a really good basketball school.
They develop players very well. According to 24/7 Sports, he's a power forward. He was part of the 2025 class.
I'm sure he's a power forward in high school. I don't know if he's a power forward in college.
No, he's not. He's projected as a small forward.
Yeah.
He was a 4-star recruit coming out of high school. 135th nationally, number 32 small forward, number 4 player in Minnesota. Let's see what his scouting report says. According to Jerry Meyer, the director of basketball recruiting at 24/7 Sports, the home of the great Chip Brown, who is on the show before us most days of the week. Quality shooter off the catch and dribble, can make one shots off either foot in the mid range when attacking. Also has a post up game, has strength but limited lateral quickness. More of a straight ahead athlete who jumps best off one foot when attacking the rim. Uses his body well on offense. Can improve his finish with either hand. Has room to improve motor as a defender and a rebounder. That was as a high school recruit. So you wonder how many of those things that he worked on.
Yeah, I have to go watch some film of him. Let's see what I can pull up here in the break. But
they projected him as a power 4 starter. So good projections for this kid coming out of high school. So it looks like he's somebody that they can build with.
Yeah, this is a guy. It looks like he's a hustle guy and go out there, hit some shots for you. I'm not mad at it, but again, it's not a big man, and that's what I want to see. This one also screams of tampering, but he entered the portal 2 days ago. So any of those, he wanted to come to Texas. Apparently, I was trying to look to see if he had any ties to Texas, like Xavier ties. If he was recruited by Xavier, if he was recruited by Kansas State, because he may be a Uric guy. I don't see that anywhere, so I don't know where. Somewhere along the way, he knows one of these coaches. So I don't know which one it is, but I would assume he has a relationship with one of the coaches on this staff right now, and that is why they had a conversation. Once he got in the portal and was able to go. But yeah, he did
an offer from Texas coming out of high school, so but nothing from Kansas State or Xavier.
Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting one right there. That's an interesting players. Yeah, still got at least 2 years more of eligibility on him that they'd be able to bring in. I think you're hoping for him to be a bit more of a hustle guy off the bench for you that maybe has a little bit more weight or power to him that can go up and get those rebounds. But yeah, all right. Well, Texas got another guy in there. Again, not a big man. Not the one thing I really am just waiting to see. I want to see somebody on this roster who I trust to go play in the post. But that's just me. It's just me, what I want to see. There's still some guys out there. There's still guys that have them on their list. So definitely a possibility for Texas to go after him and an interesting pickup there. But what I was saying before about Texas, and maybe this is your Jonai Broom, and somehow he grows another 3 inches and becomes a guy. But you want to be able to pull in somebody like there's teams right now that age will go in and get you somewhere. And if you're going to go get some guys out of here that you feel can stick around, that you're not necessarily going to go get NBA talent right away, but you can get guys that'll play 4 or 5 years of college basketball. That's a different style of building that Texas may be doing as they're trying to build themselves back up to be able to then go get those recruits. This could be the process of, our name's so far down that every good player is walking in with a do not contact list and we're not on it. We're not getting those phone calls right now. So we need to pull ourselves back up by our bootstraps, play some guys, get us back into a tournament, make a run in 2027 or 2028, and make a real big run and try and get into that Elite Eight Final Four conversation again. And maybe you get lucky and get there before, but really say when all these guys that we're getting that are going to be freshmen and sophomores are all going to be ready to play as we get to that 2027, 2028, 2029, that season, that you put yourself on a real big run then. And now Sean Miller is really cooking and he can start getting guys in now. And now you're getting freshmen in that are one and dones again. And now you're getting the big name transfers are starting to go in the portal to come to you. And you're the guys who are able to play ball with that. And if you get the team rolling like that, again, boosters and donors may be more willing to listen to what you're telling them. Because again, this is why there's a lot of bigs that haven't done anything in the portal too, because they're just really, really expensive. And, the conversation you'll see happening a lot is $2 million worth it for a guy who is probably a 20-minute a game player, maybe less. And the question is, it's a free market. So yes, he is, because that's what people are paying. But a lot of teams now are really trying to wait that out and say, once we get to late April, maybe May, some of these guys' asking prices are going to come back down. And the problem is, do you feel confident that once those asking prices come back down, you're still the team that everybody wants to go play for? And Sean Miller can feel pretty good that you do have a lot to offer for being Texas. The NIL package will be good. And if you do well, there's always a room for growth. He will now be able to have Tremont Mark and Jordan Pope. And if Kendall Weaver stays, Kendall Weaver and Nick Cody and those guys be able to sell Texas some too, that they were there a year ago. So it's not just, new recruits coming in like, let's build something. They're saying, no, we'll tell you all the things of why we stayed, even with a different coach, why we stayed. So there are positives in all of those aspects for Texas. It's just, honestly, at the end of the day, I'm happy with all the things that are happening. I need a big on this roster. We got Caden Shedrick 2 years ago, and that's the last big we really recruited. Like, that's the last big that you actually got who could play minutes, because we got Jamie Vincent to come over, but we didn't play any minutes last year. And so I don't know if I can believe that he's going to play minutes next year. And maybe he will. Maybe Sean Miller has a place for him. And by the way, we have not heard he's coming back either. I know those are ones that it's hard to do a whole, graphic and everything else when, you're not sure of what your roster is. You can't really go to Jamie Vincent or Malik Presley and tell them what their NIL package is going to be when you have a budget and you're trying to go out and find some guys. So I think for Texas, you're doing well right now. You're starting to fill out the roster. You're starting to put some more people in there. I'm really good with swing guards, really, really good with shooting guard, small forwards, like so good at that position right now. I don't really want to see another because we've got now a lot of those guys. And I get, you can say that Cam, it may be a small forward, power forward, but he's definitely undersized, and he's 6'7", 205, which is going to get bumped around a little bit in the SEC. Matt Painter's a really good coach. He's coached guys in the post as well. So I'm sure he's got some good coaching and some good moves and knows how to use his body. But again, undersized lineup. If he can run, I think they're going to use some of that. It's just, I just really love to see it to compete at a higher level. But I mean, I guess if you're building, we'll know more as time goes on. But that's a new commit. There's another name for you.
Yeah, and then 2 big men are now off the board as well. I'm not sure Texas would even have had a conversation with these guys because they followed Buzz Williams to Maryland. So Pharrell Payne and Solomon Washington both just committed to Maryland.
Okay.
2 A&M big men from last year. We talked about that after Buzz got hired by Maryland and they entered the portal. It seemed pretty obvious they were going to head that way, but that's still two more big men in the portal off the board that you can't even, have a conversation with. So we really need to see that moving, Patrick. We really need to see that start moving.
Yeah, no. And it's, you just want to, you kind of want to see it push forward in that right way. Every day I go and check multiple times on a few names that you just kind of want to see if there's any movement. And now, granted, there's not any movement in any direction on some of these guys. So that's not to say that we can say all these guys, you're out of the running on let's say a Reed Bailey, the kid out of Davidson, or Amari Hansberry, the kid out of West Virginia, the Juzlin Bodo. He's not there. We've also seen that Harlan Obioha is going to visit Texas after the dead period. So he won't visit next week, but he's already planned to visit. So that's that kid that is 7 foot 280 that, I mean, a lot of people and are pretty high on him. So there's a lot of names that are still out there. Mattis Vokietitis is still out there as well. Tate Davis from Notre Dame is out there. So there's some guys that Texas has been tied to that are still out there. We did see Nate George, we talked about yesterday, who's a crafty point guard. He's already off the board. He went to Syracuse today. So we talked about him yesterday. He is already off the board. There's always, and Devin Pryor was one of these too. It always, whenever you see the guy hit the portal and it's already signed like immediately after, those are the ones you're like, all right, guys, at least pretend for a couple days.
Yeah, if I'm Sean Miller, I find every single way that I possibly can to get I can't pronounce his name, the kid from UNC Wilmington, Obioha or Odioha or whatever it
Harlan.
is. I
say Harlan.
Yeah. Harlan. Let's wrap up Harlan. Let's wrap him up. Tie him down, force him on a plane to Texas, and don't let him leave, because it seems like that's a guy that you just kind of have to have at this point. He's just so big, and as a former offensive tackle, he can probably move pretty well with his feet, and he has some ability to block out and rebound and those kinds of things. You got to get that guy on the roster ASAP.
Yeah, no, and that's what it says. I'd love to get him or a Juzlin Bodo. Those are 2 7-footers that I can say, okay, those guys are true centers. So, and look, I'm fine. We get them both. I don't think we're going to pay for both of them, though. But I'll take either one of those. And I really do like Obioha, the kid from UNC Wilmington. I do really like him. The film I've watched, he just plays a lot in the post, and I think there's still growth in what he does. So I think he can still produce a lot more. And Bodo is the same way, though. Both those guys I can believe can produce a lot more. And then get yourself a guy like a Reed Bailey out of Davidson or somebody like that who's 6'10" and can play as a power forward, but also has a little bit of rim protection as well. So you have a couple guys who can play big out there. But, get a couple guys like that. And if you get a 6'10" guy who can rim protect a little bit, that can also shoot, or a 6'11" guy, 6'9", whatever it is. But one of those guys who can play inside, outside, and can play inside a little bit more defensively, that means you can still go small ball at times. And for the right matchups, put them over at center and go small ball. But then you also have your big guy when you need to push it down. And at the end of games, when you want to be able to push and have a guy go down in the post. Because that's what we talk about how many times we talked about at the end of games, just letting the ball go inside to slow everything down and not just shooting bad threes, which we've seen how many teams in this tournament shoot themselves out of a game because they don't get into their offense fast enough. They dribble around, and with 8 seconds, they got to do it, and they take an off-balance three, and that's their shot. They do it 6 possessions in a row, and all of a sudden they're down by 8. And you're like, you were just up 20, and now you're down by 8 because you were taking bad threes. you want to be able to have that guy. It's one of the things Auburn has. We'll talk about it in a minute. But and Duke can do it to an extent too. It's if you have a guy you can throw it down to, you can just back up. And I think both those guys, Bodo or Obiaha, are both guys that you feel you could throw the ball into, and maybe they could go get you some points in the bucket. And if you have a 6'10" guy, 6'9", one of those guys that's more versatile and can get on the outside, that's somebody as well that you can trust a little bit more with the ball to go inside, get the second rebound as well. But you just got to find one of those guys. So good pickup for Texas. It falls into the plan we were just talking about as a sophomore. Another guy that in time could be somebody really impactful for Texas as he continues to grow. If you want to fall into that Brock Cunningham kind of role, somebody who can maybe hit some threes, can be, a hustle guy. Maybe that's kind of the role that they're looking for him. Just a little bit I've been able to read on him so far and what Purdue people were saying about him. But maybe that's where you go, but she's going to need a little bit of time to get into that role as well. So decent, another pickup, the Jordan Pope one. Hopefully you can find the way to make him work in this offense because he is a really, we know he has talent. We know he has ability. That's really one of the things we'll be able to judge Sean Miller versus Rodney Terry on is how many games do Tremont Mark and Jordan Pope disappear in. So I won't say the negative is how many do they show up in. I'm going to assume they're going to show up in more games than they disappear in. I'll give us the positive of that one. That last year, Jordan Pope disappeared in more games than he showed up. I think he'll appear in more games this year because I think it'll be a better offense. Because I think Sean Miller just has a better offense that he runs than Rodney Terry and his staff did last year. But how many games will those guys disappear in? And that's kind of the marker for Texas looking forward of, when you find these guys, how many games are you going to – is Sean Miller able to get guys to play really consistently, even if they're not consistent players? Or is it the same thing and you just have to really look into it and say, guys, you can't keep getting these guys that have big games, but they're against lesser teams because they're just not going to be able to show up and perform at Texas.
Yeah, and you could theoretically make – and I don't necessarily believe in this argument. I'm just playing a little devil's advocate here, and you can give me your opinion here. But maybe you can make the argument that these guys will have a better opportunity to succeed without Trey Johnson on the roster because things will be a little bit more spread out, and the offense will flow a little bit more freely because you're not just giving it to a guy and saying, all right, go score. You're playing a little bit more of a team game. You're passing the ball more on the perimeter. You're moving things around a little bit more. You're running a little bit more. So those are all things that could potentially help these guys get a little bit more involved next season. I believe in Sean Miller's ability to develop players and to get the best out of them when he needs to, more so than Rodney Terry. I think, for example, last year, I think that Rodney Terry did the best job he possibly could do with Trey Johnson. But I think that, if you had a guy like Sean Miller who's experienced with coaching stars, maybe the offense is a little bit more efficient. So that's kind of what you're looking for this year with, even if you bring in a big time scorer who is your number one, electric scorer who can get you 25 when you need him to, it would still be a more, efficient, free-flowing offense that doesn't get bogged down in the half court with a guy who's just trying to play iso ball and create by himself.
Yeah, no, I agree. And that's, I think too, and Roy says we need Oregon State Pope, but that's the whole concept. Oregon State Pope was on a team where he was one of the better players. We need Oregon State Pope to show up where he's the 6th or 7th option. And that's when you're building these good teams. You can't expect these guys to play at a higher level than what they were playing. It's stiffer competition. And I think the big one for Jordan Pope for me is, can you break a press and can you ball handle well enough to actually be a combo guard, or are you just an undersized shooting guard? Because we saw too many times last year that they just turned the ball over or couldn't break a press or couldn't dribble out of certain situations. And you need to be able to have that caliber of your game to be able to be a point guard in anyone's offense. Or are you just a shooting guard and we have to get somebody else to play point and you can only come in and be an undersized shooting guard? That's the question where I don't think at Oregon State he was necessarily there either, but you thought you could grow that part of his game, which, he didn't. Everybody kind of regressed last year. And part of that too was injuries. I haven't seen yet Tremont Mark after his surgery, what the surgery is, what the timetable for return is. But he missed so much time before the season and then missed time in the season as well. They never really merged, and you hope that that's not going to be a problem this year as well. And maybe there's a little bit more flow to it, because it was at the beginning of the season, you had all these injuries. So it was just Trey Johnson. Trey, go out there and carry us until we get our guys back. And by the time the guys came back, it was Trey's team who was doing well enough that those guys never really were able to, put their feet in the ground. And now you hope the concept is that Tremont Mark will be able to take over a little bit more responsibility. Jordan Pope will be able to find his role a little bit more now that you're not kind of switching him and Julian Larry out. You're able to Sean Miller to kind of identify everybody's role in that team. We just don't know what it's going to be because, Jakari White, we talked about, he visited them the other day. And that's that kind of actual point guard that can shoot the three. Bryce Lindsey had a Zoom call with Texas yesterday. Is that somebody that, maybe visits afterwards or has visited already and maybe will make their decision? Is that a point guard that can come in and play alongside with some guys? I mean, you're just trying to find out what the roles for everybody is. But at the end of the day, I think you're going to be able to get a point guard and to put in there. I don't know if that's, we talk about Nike Lewis too, the freshman, and his recruitment as well. There's several guys that you could probably get to play point guard because there's just a lot of smaller guys out there. And again, if someone's not in the portal and you don't get one in the next 2 weeks, you can make a phone call before the portal ends and probably someone will jump in to be your starting point guard. It's just those bigs. It's the bigs because of how much they cost. That's the big worry.
Yeah, and speaking of Nike Lewis, he was mentioned today that Texas is a team to watch for him.
Yeah.
He's in they're in his top 5, I believe. So, that's another positive note for the 2026-2027 season, perhaps. But, Nike Lewis also isn't a guy who's going to come in and be your star point guard, and run your offense every night. He's not going to be ready for it. It's like the idea that we've talked about the last couple of days where it's great to get all these young guys, but unless they're a 5-star like Trey Johnson, they're not going to come in. And usually, I mean, has been, times in the past where that's been the case, but more times than not, these guys aren't going to come in and be ready to run the offense and be a star in your team unless they're a 5-star who's already almost ready to go to the NBA. So it's absolutely just please land a big man, Sean. We really want to see. We really want to see. It's like it would make us feel so much better about everything. I don't even care if he averaged 2 points and 2 blocks a game last year. Just give me that 2 blocks a game.
Oh, he averaged 1 point and 0.5 blocks and 4 rebounds in 38 minutes a game.
But at least he's 6'11".
South Toledo State. But he's also, let's talk a little bit before we go to break about this women's team before they go into their big matchup with South Carolina tonight. I know this one we've been pretty happy and content. I think basically every game through this tournament, I've had Texas handling their business beforehand. This is the first one that is a real question of, will Texas be able to get it done? And, this is just a really good South Carolina team. This is basically comes down to me for 2 things that Texas has to be able to do to win this game. South Carolina plays really, really good defense. South Carolina can put some points up on the board. Dawn Staley just has a powerhouse of a team, and she is a really, really good coach to get them to do what she wants them to do. Vic Schaefer's a really good coach too, but there's a couple of flaws in Texas, and the main one that could really kill them is 3-point shooting. They've been a really bad 3-point shooting team. Now, when they beat South Carolina, they still didn't shoot a lot of threes. They weren't, it wasn't like that's the reason they beat them. But I think you have to at this moment. That's something that if you shoot well enough, and I don't even need you to hit a ton. I don't even need you to, hit 10 threes, but I need you to hit the ones you take. So I need you to shoot 30 to 40% from 3. If that's 3 or 4 threes you hit, and that's it, but that's 30 to 40%. Like if you hit 4 threes and you shoot 9, I'm okay with that. But I need you to not shoot 15 because they're starting to let you shoot and you start missing more and more of those. So that one is a big one for me. And Madison Booker, they're going to do everything in their power to shut Madison Booker down. And she got shut down the first half against TCU and then really put it together in the second half. but this is a team that is going to try and shut down Madison Booker. That is the focal point of Texas offense. That's the person who really gives them the juice that picks him up. That's why the game was close with TCU at halftime, and it got put away in the second half, was because Madison Booker just turned it on. So you want to see Madison Booker be able to get going today. And if you're Vic Schaefer, if you're Texas, you got to run 4 screens in a row to get her the ball. Do whatever you can to get Madison Booker the ball and get her some shots up, because if Madison Booker can get some buckets going, everything seems to flow a little bit easier for this Texas offense. So you just have to try and get her the ball early and often and start to show off what she can do. And I think Texas has a shot. But if those two things don't happen, it really becomes a problem for this Texas women's team.
Yeah, and if you look at, so they're 1-2 against South Carolina this year. If you look at the game they won in Austin back in February, there are a couple trends you can look at here that we're talking about. So the 3-point shooting wasn't there. They were 0-4 from 3, but what they did do is they played really, really aggressive defense. They pretty much shut down South Carolina as much as they could offensively. South Carolina only had one player in double figures, and that was Malaysia Fulwiley. I probably butchered that pronunciation, but here we are. And Madison Booker had 20, so they're going to focus in on Madison Booker a little bit more because of what happened in that game. Kala Odeker had 13. Taylor Jones had 11, so you had some balanced scoring there. You had 3 in double figures. You out-rebounded South Carolina 42-35. So those are all things that you would like to see them repeat tonight. If you look back at the game in March in the SEC tournament, it was obviously a little bit different. Texas lost by 19 points. South Carolina had 3 in double figures. Texas had 4 players in double figures, but they were 3 of 13 from 3, so you're only 23% there.
Yeah,
which is not what you want to see. The rebounding was a lot closer. So you got to shut down. Like for me, obviously the 3-point shooting is a big deal here, and I totally agree with you there. But I think if Texas is going to win, they also kind of have to follow the recipe they've won with all season long, and that's just playing the best defense you could possibly play. They're super aggressive defensively. They're one of the better defensive teams in the country. Rory Harmon is an absolute demon out there on the perimeter. So play to your strengths. You hope to hit some threes efficiently. Don't take too many. I like Texas's chances here just because I've seen them at different points this season go through gauntlets and come out on top. Like when they beat South Carolina in February, they also beat Tennessee and they beat LSU, and they played some really good games during that stretch. You kind of hope that's the Texas team that you see come out here, which they've had some rest now this after a week off, so maybe they'll be a little bit more rested. They'll be a little bit fresher on the defensive end, so it's going to be tough. This will be their toughest game so far in the tournament. And even if they do win, they're going to have another tough one after that. So it's not over yet, but I like their chances. I really believe in this team. They're still my national championship pick. I didn't make a women's bracket, but if I did, I would have had Texas winning the whole thing. Maybe I'm a little bit of a homer, but
yeah. And I think that's the deal. Is in the men's game, we've talked about that defense can get you somewhere, but you'll probably defense gets you the Sweet 16 maybe in the men's side, and then you really got to have some offense. We saw A&M get knocked out because they just wanted to play defense and couldn't play offense. Ole Miss got a little bit more offense, and they got a little bit further this year. But teams that really focus fully on defense have issues in the tournament once you get it to a certain level. In the women's bracket, you can get a lot further with just playing defense and not necessarily heavily on the offensive side. But will that come back to bite them in the Final Four with 4 teams left that can play both sides of the ball? Can you get enough offense going? I know in the regular season you were able to get one thing, but now we're at the end. This is a big one for Texas, and you just need to see some other players step up. So defense is there. I'm all about it, but you normally don't win championships just by team basketball. You need some special performances, and that's where Madison Booker comes in. That's where, Rory Harmon making a couple shots in there and just everybody making a couple of shots. And like we say, they didn't hit a 3 in their first game the game they beat South Carolina in. They only shot 4. So again, they didn't kill themselves by shooting threes. They didn't shoot themselves out of the game. And that's what happens when you start shooting, when you're shooting, 18% or something like that, because that means you shot enough of them to get to that percentage level. But yeah, you only shot 4 in that game. That's not terrible. You're able to keep going. Madison Booker does take 22 shots in the game, only goes 7 for 22, but she gets the free throw line enough, 6 for 7 from the free throw line in that game. So, you kind of figure those pieces out. I'm all for this Texas team figuring it out. You just got to be able to get your star players and not the guys in the post so much, not the girls in the post so much. You have to be able to get Madison Booker going. You have to be able to get Rory Harmon going. Roy's right. You got to get Jordan Lee going a little bit. Like just trying to get some people who can get some points outside of just beating it inside, because that's going to be part of it. You're going to send Taylor Jones in. You're going to send Kyle Oldacre in there and try and push the ball inside a little bit more. But that's your game every game. You got to be able to get those extra points. You need a superstar performance. You need that one shining moment. You got to have that if you're going to try and make it past this team, because South Carolina is so good. It's going to be a really fun one to watch though this afternoon. I'm going to enjoy seeing if the Texas women's can get it done against a really, really good South Carolina team. I have South Carolina winning just because South Carolina is really, really good, but that does not mean that Texas can't do it. It's just really hard for me to pick against a team that's so good at basketball. And I get like you beat them once, they beat you twice. It's time to even the series. And what I say a lot on the show, prove me wrong, please. I'm fine being wrong if you can go and get it done. So I'm really hoping that the Texas women's can prove me wrong, make me eat my words on Monday.
Yeah, picking against South Carolina women's team is kind of like picking against Duke right now. They're just that elite level of a team. They're that elite level of coach. All those different things. They're arguably the best team in the tournament right now. It's going to be really, really, really tough. But I still believe they've got a shot. I would pick South Carolina, but I'm already saying that I have Texas as my national championship, so I can't go back now, can I?
No, you can't. That would make you a flip flopper.
That would be a cowardly move if I changed my pick, which will hold true for the men's tournament as well when we get there. So
I've got my Longhorn. I've got it. I'm supporting the cause, but just watching games, just saying. But I'd be happy to be wrong on this one. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to get into a little Texas football talk. We'll get around the world of sports. We still got to pick what movie we're going to watch next week. We still got Matt's going to be talking about some bourbon as well, getting you ready for the weekend, our meathead of the day, all of that stuff coming up in the second half of the show right here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.com.
The best sports bar in Austin, Texas, USA, America is Cover 3. They've got everything you're looking for in a great sports bar. TVs everywhere, so there's not a bad seat in the house, and they've got the right games on. You're not going to have to ask the bartenders, the waitresses, the waiters for the game that you want to watch. They know the games that you want to watch, and the food. My goodness, that's what separates Cover 3 from the other sports bars out there. An upscale menu with tons of great items. You got to try the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. They've got the filet mignon. They've got the fish tacos. Of course, all of the sports bar classics like wings and nachos as well. Great burgers, great salads. I'm telling you, something for everyone. Of course, the full bar, happy hour prices, the weekend brunch. You got to check them out. Anderson Lane, Round Rock, and San Antonio. And, of course, Cover 2, 183 and Lake Creek. It's Cover 3, dining, spirits, sports.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply, a full service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. They have 2 terrific locations. Y'all should check both of them out. If you're up north, hit up the one on Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, hit up the one off Monterey Oaks and 290. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supplies, your one-stop shop for everything you need. Go to their website at leaflandscapesupply.com so you can check it out before you get there, what you want. And when you do get there and you're in the checkout line, let them know your boy Zay Collier put you on, the boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. 10% off, can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
All right, back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered on a Friday afternoon. I hope everybody's having a good Friday, getting ready for the weekend. Do you have any big plans this weekend, Matt?
I'm probably gonna just watch the Final Four, relax a little bit, drink some bourbon that I'm gonna talk about later. It's gonna be rainy here in Houston, so probably not a whole lot to do out there, but it's a good basketball weekend, so there we go. What about you?
I'm really hoping that the rain holds off for tonight. I know that we're gonna have it's supposed to rain tonight, but I had a buddy hit me up earlier. He was like, "Let's hang out tonight and we'll get in the hot tub and we'll watch a game in the hot tub and it'll be great. We can enjoy it and it'll be nice." And then it's supposed to rain as soon as our show's over. So hopefully that holds off for a little bit. We'll get the pool ready for next. The pool is almost ready to go for the summer. Yesterday was hot and had a text thread with several friends going yesterday where we were discussing exactly how hot it was and how we were going to have to start preparing our clothing differently because it is getting to be that type of swampy weather here in Austin. So we were getting ready for that. So I'm like, all right, we got to get the pool up and running and good to go. So you cool off over the weekend. So getting ready for all that stuff. But hopefully not too much rain tonight is what I'm hoping for to have it good. And then, just watch basketball. But I kind of do that all the time anyway. So we'll just keep doing that. Let's get into some talk here about Arch Manning and a little report that came out that Adam Schefter has talked, because there's already rumors that there's rumors that the Browns and Giants may be out on quarterbacks this season, which I don't believe that the Giants are. I know they got Russell Wilson. I know they got Jameis Winston. I still don't really believe that they're out on quarterbacks right now, but there is still belief that they may be, and that they're saying basically next year is the year to get a quarterback. So everybody just hold on for one more year. Maybe we'll tank it up one more time and we'll go get a quarterback, because there'll be several more good ones in there. And the prize quarterback would be Arch Manning, which the thought is, which is hilarious, because every year all we hear from NFL scouts is do not come out. Don't come out early. Stay in college for as long as you can. And please don't ever come out. And every year all we hear is these NIL packages are so insane. You'd be silly to leave college now. And then of course, everybody just assumes, which is usually right, that everyone's going to go pro as soon as they're really able to be a top pick. So the theory would be that Arch Manning would come out. Now, as Texas fans, and as people who cover Texas, we have understood that we were told from basically day one, the plan for Arch Manning was for him to sit for 2 seasons behind Quinn Ewers, for a redshirt freshman season, and then a second season. He was supposed to sit behind him, wait his turn, and then his sophomore season, he would then start his redshirt sophomore season. He would then be the starting quarterback, and then he would play 2 more seasons as the starting quarterback of Texas. That's what we were told. Is so he would play you'd be 4 years in college. Not now, he could technically have a 5th year of eligibility, but they didn't say he was staying 3 years. They said he would stay 2. And so that is what we've been told, and we're pretty much on par with what they've said. They also said he was not really going to take NIL until he became the starting quarterback, and he didn't really take NIL. I know he had like the Panini deal, and then he got the college football thing, the EA Sports college football. So there were some, and he donated a lot of that money to charity. So we don't know how much he actually made, but they've been pretty true to what they said the plan was. They've stuck to it. Now, all that being said, who knows what happens for this season? So if there is a minor injury, does that press him to go, man, I need to go to the NFL because I can't risk anything in this college game? Or if they go all the way and win a national championship, does he say, I brought Texas back. I did it. We won. I've done what I came to college to do. I'm good. I'm moving on. If he has a year that's maybe not as great as people think, and he, maybe has some trouble early throwing some picks, and now there's questions, and he's not a guaranteed number 1 overall pick, does he say he's going to stay another year? If he is Heisman Trophy winner in his redshirt sophomore year, does he say, I'm not going again, I'm ready to go? There's so many things that are variables that we don't know about Arch. Now, the reality is somewhere it's probably in the middle of all those. Now, the national championship is a very real possibility. That one is very real. The rest of them, the Heisman is maybe a little bit stretch just because he has not played yet. So I'll say maybe that's a bit more of a stretch that they give it to him this year. Maybe they kind of entice him. I'd say him being there is not necessarily a stretch, but him winning it maybe is a stretch. But when we look at what he's able to do for Arch Manning, are you surprised that the NFL might be starting to catch on that the plan was all along that he was going to stay and that he may not, that has not differed, and that tanking for another season may not get you Arch Manning?
No, I'm not surprised. And I'm also not surprised that the Browns and the Giants would be the last franchises to sort of get that memo because they're so poorly run. This is no surprise to me whatsoever. Like you said, this was their plan all along. So what Adam Schefter said today wasn't exactly breaking news, as you alluded to earlier.
I think it's breaking news to people who aren't Texas people.
Yeah. You could say that because, let's be real. All last season, Arch should be the starter. Quinn sucks, right? And that was the thing. And if Arch had played every game, we would have won every game, and we would have been undefeated national champions and the best team of all time.
Yeah, he would have won the Heisman too.
Yeah, he would have won the Heisman, all those things.
They would have given him 2 just because of how good he was.
Yeah, and then the first 2-time Heisman winner in the history of college football in one season would have been amazing. But then going into this year, the hype is just soared to another level, the likes of which we've never really seen before. He's already been talked about as if he had come out this year, even with sitting behind Quinn, he still would have been the number 1 pick overall in the 2025 NFL draft. And there, as we've mentioned before, Kirk Bowles makes the joke, well, Arch probably won't throw a touchdown on every play, just every other play. That's the kind of hype that's surrounding this kid, and it's gotten completely out of control. But Schefter just kind of repeated what all Texas fans really knew. This is the exact quote. There's no guarantees that Arch Manning is coming out after next year. It sounds like he certainly could be sticking around for beyond next year. I'm not a college football insider. He's certainly not. But none of the Mannings ever went out early, and I don't know, with NIL money being what it is, why Arch would do that. So all this conversation about tanking for Arch Manning next year, he could be in the 2027 draft, not even next year. And that's what we all realize. And in terms of the NIL stuff, he's already the most valuable player in college football, arguably. I would say he's the most valuable player in college football in terms of NIL. He's going to get every single deal that he could possibly want. And I don't know what this guy's saying in the chat, but anyway,
it feels like an AI that's broken.
Yeah, it really does.
It feels like an AI that's broken,
but he's already going to have all the money he could possibly want through NIL. He has grown up as a Manning, so money is not going to be a factor in this conversation.
Yeah,
it has never been a factor in any conversation. He didn't go to Texas because of NIL. He went to Texas because of Steve Sarkeesian and because he grew up a Texas fan, and he thought that Texas was going to be the best place that could get him to the next level and make him an NFL quarterback. So when you look at that and you think about what the Manning's plan is, it all kind of comes together. It makes sense that he's not going to jump at the first chance that he gets to go to the NFL. He has no reason to. There's absolutely no reason to jump to the NFL and go to Cleveland, or jump to the NFL and go to the Jets or the Giants. You're going to have time to figure out what you want to do, learn behind Sark for a couple more years, the best quarterback developer in college football, and go forward from there. So like we said, not exactly breaking news. It's it's kind of a shame for Arch that this has gotten so out of control, because you don't want to put that kind of pressure on anybody. But at the same time, if there's anybody that can handle that kind of pressure, it's probably a Manning, because he's had it on his shoulders since he could throw a football. Like the first football that he threw at a competitive level, people were probably like, "Oh, he's going to be in the NFL," and they've been riding it ever since. So, I mean, this is going to be a tired conversation probably over the next couple of years. And only, I think, people who are familiar with the Texas program and familiar with Arch Manning and what the plan was all along are really going to understand what's going on here. And there's going to be a lot of hyperbole and all those different kinds of things. But yeah, not exactly news, but certainly worth talking about, because if you have Arch Manning in Austin for, 2 years as the starter,
yeah,
that is a absolute, doesn't really matter who else you got on. I mean, it does matter, but like it absolutely a 2-year national championship window, no excuses. Like I'd be shocked if they didn't win one with him under center in the next 2 years.
No, and you like a story like this to come out and be amplified a little bit for, right before the transfer portal opens. You like to have that story come out and have everybody come out and say, if you're a junior wide receiver or junior tight end who may want to come to Texas and play for a couple seasons with this extremely good young quarterback, that maybe that's an enticing reason to come to Texas. So I think that'll be a good deciding factor for these as the transfer portal opens up here in a couple weeks for Texas football, and see what they can go pull out of it. And, if they can get a couple more weapons to help out Arch. But yeah, an interesting story that we saw Schefter talking about it, because it was, and I mean, part of it is just hyperbole of people being like, these teams are always tanking. And you're like, those teams just suck. They're just very poorly run teams. They're not trying to be this bad, because you don't tank from week one. And then they're like 1-7 and they go, well, now they're going to tank. You're like, oh, they were going to all of a sudden be good. No, we know what was happening. They're just, they're going to continue to be bad. I don't know if that's tanking so much. Tanking is when you see these, like the Wizards, they're always like, the Wizards are tanking. You're like, I think the Wizards just suck at basketball. I think that's more what's happening. They've been tanking for the last 9 seasons. I think they're done with the tank at this point. Let's get into a little mock draft now, a little fun with that as we get into the weekend in the 5 o'clock hour here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan, Texas Longhorns on SI, as King Russell is telling us insults without the last letter on there. I think it's a broken AI. It's my guess on this, because I don't know what the jokes are either. The jokes don't make sense either.
I think he's telling me I got no bitches, and I don't really know.
But you have multiple at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know.
You have a side piece that's also no bitches. And then he's saying I look like a St. Peter's coach. I looked up who the St. Peter's coach is. It's a black guy. So not quite sure what he's doing right now, what he means by that. But none of those insults landed. I don't think any of them landed. They just confused us. So congrats on confusing us. Whoever that troll is that decided to pop. Maybe it's a South Carolina fan, you think? Really just coming after us? I don't know.
Could be a South Carolina or somebody from my past. Like when I was covering the Cowboys a lot more closely, like every game coverage for a couple years. And when I was covering the Mavericks, I had a guy from New York enter my DMs and he sent me my parents' home address, and he sent me my phone number and told me that he was going to come see me in Dallas really soon. It's like, it's probably somebody like that who's just like, who's angry about something.
I always loved that. Like, I don't like your opinion. Like, stop watching it then. It's all right.
Yeah.
You don't have to subject yourself to this. It's okay. Let's get into it. Lance Zierlein put out his mock draft a couple days ago. I'm always a fan of Lance Zierlein's mocks. He does a decent job on his. There's some of these that I'm not as big of a fan of, and some of them that feel like they're much more for shock and awe. Lance Zierlein does a pretty good job of being pretty close. He's not Daniel Jeremiah, but Lance Zierlein does a pretty good job. He has had Tennessee going with Cam Ward. That appears to be now the consensus across everybody that Cam Ward is going number 1. We did see Shedeur Sanders. I watched a little bit of it, his pro day at Colorado, which the parts I saw, there was it was just about Shedeur Sanders. Like, that pro day was, and I'm sure they had other people doing stuff, but it was really, really just about Shedeur Sanders there on Pro Day for Colorado. That they showed it there on the NFL Network, and it was also not, they're just really weird. They had more people on it than the SEC Network did, but it's an interesting little run right there. Cleveland, he has Abdul Carter going number 2. This is now where Cleveland is in that weird spot where I don't know why you don't take Travis Hunter at this spot. I think, when Abdul Carter is a really good player and he could be a generational edge for you, but I don't know if that moves the needle. I guess you could say that with him and Myles Garrett, the pass rush is so dominant that you'll be able to stop, but you won't. Like, it doesn't feel like you will, I think if you take Travis Hunter, at least it means you get a really dynamic player on both ends of the field, both sides of the football. You get somebody that's really an impressive player. I think he would that's who I would go with in that spot. I know the Browns probably ruined it, so maybe Abdul Carter's a better pick for the game of football here. But there's just like edges. I get that you can get a really great edge, but like Myles Garrett, they have a great edge in Myles Garrett, and it's gotten them nothing. And so you go, can you add some other piece that maybe would do a little bit more for you? I get why you want those edges, but if you've already got a guy you're paying $40 million to on one side, I don't know if you need Abdul Carter on the other. I know you're going to say it, but I don't know. For me, that one doesn't move the needle as much.
No, and if you're Cleveland and you're really trying to do something, to get fans in the seats, which is what the most important thing is for them right now, you kind of have to go with a guy like Travis Hunter because he's an offensive playmaker first and foremost. I know he wants to play both sides of the ball, but I'm almost certain that wherever he ends up going, that he will be used primarily on offense and then, on defense eventually, perhaps, because what sells tickets in the NFL is offense. And if you're drafting number 2, number 3, number 4, that's that, and you draft an offensive guy, he's going to be featured on the offense as much as humanly possible. They want to sell, whether it's New York or New England or Cleveland, they want to sell as many Travis Hunter jerseys as they possibly can. They want to sell as many tickets as they possibly can and get little Travis Hunter bobbleheads and Travis Hunter shirts and all those kinds of things, and have him catch 10 touchdowns as a rookie and win Rookie of the Year. Yeah. So no matter who it is that picks him, Cleveland has to get that kind of guy. They just have to, because they don't have any star power on that team outside of Myles Garrett, especially on offense. They wanted Deshaun Watson to be that guy, and he just isn't.
And you had Nick Chubb that you kind of built up, and then he had that injury, and it just now he's gone, and he wasn't the same player when he came back, so you don't necessarily have in the running game either. Number 3, they had the Giants taking Travis Hunter. So this is the concept. Lane Zierlein is on the belief that these teams are not thinking quarterback right away. They're not investing in everything. They're investing in other players. I kind of like Travis Hunter in New York because it is a place where he can show off what he does. I feel bad for him because his girlfriend is going to really take advantage of him there. But this is a place where you get to pair him up with Malik Neighbors on one side of the ball and then introduce him somewhat on the other side of the ball as well, maybe using him in certain packages or different things you use him. But it feels like a big spotlight place for Travis Hunter to show what he does, to show what can do. And when he can do that in an area like that, it'll really help the Giants out, and it'll be a lot of different places he can do. Yes, Patrick, we just mentioned that a little bit ago. We'll bring it back up here in a minute, though. I've actually sent out a line to the person I know who's a big Purdue basketball fan, so we'll see if they respond. If I get a response of what they think about him for Cam Hyde or however you pronounce his last name, was not on my radar, not even the slightest. But Cam Hyde from Purdue, looking forward to seeing that. But I've sent out a line already to see if I get any response back. Number 4 in this mock draft, the New England Patriots take Will Campbell. So your first offensive tackle is off the board. It's a good fit. Get Drake Mason help in there. He's not going into the Will Campbell has too short of arms with, Kelvin Banks was too short. The Will Campbell has too short of arms. So all these things to just try and knock guys down a peg. Jacksonville going with the defensive tackle, Mason Graham. And then the Raiders going with Jalon Walker, the linebacker out of Las Vegas. He says, Ashton Jancy is my favorite player in the draft, but this running back class is very deep. Walker is a hybrid edge linebacker with the talent and football character, a building block for the Raiders' current roster. That's an interesting one. I have not seen the Raiders going that route at 6, but this takes leaves another playmaker on the board for some other teams if Ashton Janty doesn't go number 6, where a lot of people have him going right now.
Yeah, most of the mock drafts that I've seen lately have had him going to Las Vegas. So this is a surprise to me as well. I love Jalen Walker. I think he's probably, outside of Abdul Carter, the most exciting defender in this entire class. I've watched a lot of Georgia football this year, and he is a special, special talent. So, maybe they're thinking, all right, like Zerline said, we can get our running back later, but also, we got Geno Smith locked down. We got our quarterback, so we don't need to go there. We feel pretty good about what we have with Hunter Renfrow at wide receiver, but we can get a number 2. We need to do something for this defense to change it, because it hasn't been a good defense as of late. Yeah, they've got gosh, I'm so bad at remembering names. Their star edge rusher, the big white guy.
Max Crosby.
Yeah, Max Crosby, they've got him. So maybe they're like, okay, now we need to add something to the second level of the defense that we can also use in a hybrid role and come off the edge and help him out. So I like that pick for them. It's different than what we've seen, but it's a good one, in my opinion.
Yeah, I like that as well. By the way, just saw the breaking news that Julio Jones is retiring officially. So
it's about time.
Hey, I like Julio Jones a lot, but yeah, was a little long in the tooth, went downhill there at the end. Let's go on number 7 pick. We get another tackle off the board, Armand Membu there. Going down a little bit more, we'll get to Ashton Janty at number 10, going to the Chicago Bears, giving the Bears, they signed Swift last year, was supposed to be their big pickup. It didn't really work out in that offense. Now things have definitely changed with Ben Johnson being in there. But Ben Johnson last year had 2 running backs. So a lot of people believe they're going to try and get somebody in this draft to pair with Swift and maybe make both those guys a little bit better. So Ashton Janty would be able to get a really explosive playmaker, kind of like how they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs. Now I get that Ben Johnson did not draft Jahmyr Gibbs, but he did use him in the offense. So that's the thought of getting Ashton Janty there at 10. The Bears going to fill something that's not necessarily a need. What do you take about the Bears taking an Ashton Janty or a running back in the first couple rounds?
I would have expected, or I expect them to go offensive line. I do like this pick for them, though, because as many playmakers as you could possibly give Caleb Williams, the better. Take as much pressure off him as you possibly can with a good running back, and get him as many wide receivers and pass catchers as you can. Just fill out the weapons for him. So I like it in that sense. Obviously, Ben Johnson's an offensive guy, so he's probably on that train of thought as well. But it's a good. I mean, whoever gets Ashton Janty, he's going to be a very, very good player for them. So better a team like them, who have done some things on the offensive line, and they have some other playmakers on the outside, as opposed to like the Cowboys or another team like that who have so many other needs. Like I feel like the Bears are going to be a much, much better team next year, already as is, than they were last year. So they're probably in a better position to draft running back than a team like the Cowboys or the Raiders.
Yeah, I agree with you there. San Francisco at now pick 11 goes Kelvin Banks. This is one that was popular early on and then lost a lot of traction as people started to slide Kelvin Banks down in their portals. But we know with Trent Williams being at an aging left tackle right now, they could use somebody to go and eventually take over that role. Kelvin Banks is a guy that a lot of people could be a career left tackle for somebody, and a stalwart at that left tackle position. We know Kyle Shanahan at least has some connections to Texas, being a former Longhorn himself, that maybe he will not buy the hype as much and can definitely go talk to anybody at Texas and get the actual reports on Kelvin Banks and what he is, and really get the scouting down as sure as he wants it to be. But I think that that's a pick that makes sense, is Kelvin Banks going to San Francisco. I know Cowboys fans don't want to hear that, but it makes sense for San Francisco to get their next big left tackle as they're starting to enter this kind of shift of where they're going, but they're still somewhat in flux because Brandon Ayuk, there was rumors that he was going to be traded. They have now said that's probably not happening because they weren't able to get really any offers on him. So they're saying we're going to ride this one out, and we're just trying to figure it out. The Brock Purdy deal is really an interesting piece because they kept saying they wanted to pay him more, and now it's coming to it. Brock wants to get his, but Brock wants to get Dak Prescott money, and they want to pay him Geno Smith money. And that is kind of where where their stopping point right now is in San Francisco. Is Brock Purdy's like, look, I've already done all of these things in my career, so I want to be paid as a quarterback who did that. And their logic is, no, we put a team around you that did that, and you were part of it, so you didn't screw it up, but you were a game manager, and we don't want to pay you as a star quarterback because that'll ruin our franchise because this is how we got you there. And so they're trying to meet somewhere in the middle, but this could get ugly if it continues to go on and through next season for San Francisco. But you're going to need a left tackle no matter what. So no matter where you're in rebuilding, or no matter if your quarterback stays or goes or any of those other pieces, you have to have a left tackle. That's number one priority that you are going to have. So drafting a Kelvin Banks makes sense.
Yeah, and they have Trent Williams, so Kelvin will be able to probably start on the right side and then eventually develop into that long-term guy. I love this pick for Kelvin Banks. I love this pick for San Francisco. I think that's probably their number one need as of right now. They've lost so much in free agency and everything like that. They have other needs, but this is the one that kind of stands out to me for their future and he will be the best player on the board available at this point anyway. So even if they're going best available player, he will probably be that guy anyway. So it makes a ton of sense.
Then the Cowboys, another Longhorn off the board, going Matthew Golden here. We have talked about this, but I always love seeing it. Matthew Golden works I don't know a team that Matthew Golden wouldn't fit in with because he can do so many things. And the example of this that I saw the most was somebody posted something about that he had 4.39 speed at the combine, or 4.29 speed at the combine. I gave up 4.39 sacrilege. Matthew Golden's a 4.29 guy, 4.29 speed, but not in field play, not in pads. And his response was, "That's not what my job was on that team." And it's true. That's not what he was supposed to do. He can, but it was not what they asked him to do. And I think that's when you look at this, what Matthew Golden can do. There isn't really a team that's out there that he wouldn't fit with because he is just so versatile, because he has good hands, because we know he has speed now too. So he can be the deep threat, and he can be the guy that goes underneath. He can be everything you want him to be for Matthew Golden. So pairing him up with CeeDee Lamb and really getting to find where you put him. And I think what's even better for the Cowboys, who probably Tolbert's your number 3 there, maybe you go out and sign somebody else like a Lockett, Tyler Lockett, or somebody like that. But if you are going to put Matthew Golden out there, then you can kind of fit him with your number 3 in a spot where CeeDee gets to run the right route and the 3 gets to run the right route, and you put Matthew Golden in, and whatever you put him at, it'll be really good. And while you're still trying to develop another tight end, there's Matthew Golden to give you someone to help out Dak Prescott on third down. Yeah,
I mean, he's the most versatile wide receiver prospect in this class by a mile, I think. Like, Travis Hunter's probably the top he is the top wide receiver prospect in this class, but he doesn't do all of the different things that Matthew Golden does. So getting a guy like that in your offense who can, like you said, be your deep threat, be your over the middle guy, be your underneath guy, be your security blanket if you need him to be. You can put him in the slot. You can put him on the outside, all these different things. And it's a lot like, what they do with CeeDee Lamb, because CeeDee Lamb can do all these different things. So if you're playing against a team who's trying to just lock up CeeDee Lamb and follow him over the field, well, now you got to follow Matthew Golden all over the field too, because they're going to put both of them in all these different places and they're going to try and confuse you. And I think Brian Schottenheimer can take advantage of that. I saw one story written, I can't remember where it was, where somebody said Ryan Flournoy is going to be the Cowboys' bona fide number 2 receiver. And I was just like, okay. No, they're going to draft.
Was that written by Jerry Jones?
It might have been.
Was it Jerry and Steven writing a co-article, and it just said, because of cap, we have Ryan Flournoy has to be our number 2. I don't like it. I don't know how any other team would ever even have a number 2 that they were paying a bunch of money to. Wait, what's Cincinnati doing? What did the Eagles just do when they won the Super Bowl? No. That's not possible to have 2 wide receivers you pay money to. It's impossible.
Yeah, and that's what separated the Eagles this past year was they had so many different weapons on the outside that they could get the ball to at tight end,
hey, you want to know?
Receiver.
They also made a dumb trade for a number 3 wide receiver that didn't work out. And it wasn't necessarily the best trade in the world at the beginning of the season, and it didn't matter because they took a chance on some multiple things, and enough of them work out. Sometimes you're going to miss. It doesn't mean you can't win, but you can't not take shots because you may miss.
Yeah, and if the Cowboys draft Matthew Golden, it is an absolute home run. I fully believe that. So this is a great spot for him to land.
Let's go down the board a little bit more. as we see a couple guys coming off the board. Will Johnson is your first cornerback coming off the board there to the Falcons at number 15, a second, I guess we can say, with Travis Hunter. I just never count Travis Hunter in that because he's such a unique, special thing that you're like, he doesn't really count for me in the cornerback rankings, and he doesn't count in the wide receiver rankings. Either way, it just doesn't count because he's his own thing.
It's like in recruiting, he's an athlete.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, you're your own thing and you're better. And it's not a disparaging remark. It's that you're so far above everybody and everything that we're just going to put you over in here. But if someone's drafting a corner, they're not necessarily going to look and go, well, let me trade up and get Travis Hunter because he also wants to play wide receiver and it's just a different game. So your first wide cornerback doesn't play anything else off the board at 15. Scrolling down a little bit further, we do see another running back off the board here at number 20. Denver Broncos taking Amarian Hampton. Number 20. Basically, every mock draft I see now that has multiple rounds has the Broncos taking a running back somewhere. It is pretty well thought that the Broncos are definitely going to be in the running back market. The question is, do they go for it early and try and get a stud, or do they wait? I think they'll fall into the waiting category. I don't necessarily think they're going to jump the gun on this. They still have a few needs they really could use. And I don't know if Amarian Hampton, it just in my book, Amarian Hampton isn't that much better than probably the next 3 or 4 guys after him.
Yeah, and honestly, if I'm the Broncos, I would be fine waiting until round 3 and taking Cam Scadaboo. Like, their defense is one of the best in the NFL. They've got a great young quarterback. They just need to find some other pieces to fit around him. They probably need to improve that offensive line. They could use another receiver. So I would see them going probably somewhere in that realm early on rather than reaching on a running back. I have seen a couple ideas where they actually trade up for Ashton Genty, which I wrote about the other day, which I don't see that happening. But if they're really that sold on like we're one piece away and all we need is a running back, then I can see it happening. But I don't think that's actually the case.
No, and I still, there's always a worry of the sophomore slump, and Bo Nix is going to fall into that too. Sean Payton's a really good coach, but you do worry a little bit of people starting to figure out Bo Nix a little bit more and more, and just trying to figure out. So I get having a running back helps you in those situations because it lets you have some plays that you don't have to think about it if you're Bo Nix. And you can kind of get back on track, run the ball a few times, get your bearings back before you go again. So I understand the concept of wanting to have that reliable running back there, but I just don't see. I think, the trade up for Ashton Janty, depending on what you give up, how far Ashton Janty slides, if he falls to number 11, do you call the 49ers and say, we think the Cowboys will take him, but you guys need a lot? So we'll give you a couple picks and you guys can get some more guys and we'll go take him at number 11. If he falls past the Cowboys, does that make it even more enticing to go up because you're not even give up as much, jump up from number 20? I think I could see it probably if he fell past the Cowboys, but I don't think they'd jump ahead of him because it would just take too much to go get him out of San Francisco. And then we see net pick 21, a projected trade. This is the Steelers who need some other pieces, but not drafting Jackson Dart here. He has them trading to the Rams, and the Rams saying F them picks and picking and trading up and getting Jahdae Barron. And this is a guy, you want to go play in that LA defense and play for the Rams. Not a bad fit for Jahdae Barron to go out and be a part of a defense that looks like it could, in a team that can make some noise this season as they're starting to put some more things together.
Yeah, that I really like this pick for them. I would like to see them, maybe get something else on the offensive line, or something to that effect. But corner is a big need for them as well. They need some secondary help. They were a good defense last year, but I thought they were kind of like they were missing like a piece maybe somewhere. And Barron feels like, he's a versatile enough guy where he could fit in on that defense and play anywhere they need him to play. We've talked about that a ton. Like I believe he's the most versatile defensive back in this draft. Like that's like it kind of sounds like I'm being a homer about these Texas guys being so versatile, but that's what all of the scouts are saying. They're saying Matthew Golden is the most versatile wide receiver. They're saying Jahdae Barron's the most versatile defensive back. So it's not just me being a homer. That's absolutely true. He can play any position in the secondary, and that's the kind of guy that they need out there.
By the way, I do not think there's any chance that the Steelers don't take Shedeur Sanders if he's available there.
I totally agree.
I mean, I think there's a certain point in that where they're not trading back when they're like, oh, the quarterback that, fell into our laps. We got the Jordan Love right now. We got a guy that maybe isn't projected to be the greatest, but he fell far enough that this is a solid pick at 21 to take Shedeur Sanders right now. There's no way that they don't just say that fell into our lap. It's meant to be. Let's take him here. And we'll all be happy that we have a quarterback now. And Mike Tomlin, you have a guy you can go try and figure it out with. There's no way that doesn't happen. Then he has at 22, the Chargers taking Colston Loveland. I don't think he has it at this, but I've seen enough now that have them. And basically the thought is whichever Michigan player is still available at this point, Harbaugh will take. It's just like he's trying to institute his culture. He's trying to put in some people that he believes in. And look, you get a Colston Loveland. He was a hell of a tight end to bring in. I'd be fine with that, but I just find it funny. It's just people like, no, he's going to bring in one of his guys. Like there's enough of them still coming out. Someone will be available. If it's Will Johnson, it's Will Johnson. If it was Mason Graham, it'll be Mason Graham, but it's Colston Loveland. It'll probably be the most available guy still because he plays tight end.
Yeah, that's a Harbaugh pick through and through. I can see it too. They need a tight end, so it makes sense. But it's Harbaugh being Harbaugh. What can we say?
Number 24, that is where he has Cleveland trading back up and taking Shedeur Sanders. So Cleveland waited long enough that they felt that they could go get their quarterback now at 24. Again, I don't see the Steelers not taking him if he's still there. Then we go down and we get down to our very end, and let's get to the end of the first round, and the Philadelphia Eagles trade away their pick to the Saints to go get Jackson Dart, and they get their quarterback as well. So he does have 3 quarterbacks coming off, but 2 of them are trade ups to go get him, which I do think Jackson Dart is going to go in the first round just because somebody needs a quarterback and somebody's going to go get him. And whether that's the Saints that want to go get somebody, whether that's the Steelers that want to go get somebody, whether it's a team that we don't even think of that we think is okay, whether it's the Raiders and the Raiders say we want to go get Jackson Dart because we think he could be the future. And we know we just paid Geno, but we think Jackson Dart could be that guy. We just got to build him. I think there will be a team that really wants to go up and get him because, when you see what his arm talent is, what he can do, you just sit and say, if we really break it down for him and tell him what to do, Lane Kiffin is too much of a wild card. We are better than Lane Kiffin, I think would be the thought process in drafting Jackson Dart.
Yeah. And the knock for me on Jackson Dart last year was he just kind of wanted to do everything deep.
Yeah.
Anytime a play wasn't in front of him, like the first read wasn't there, it felt like he just went with the go route and that was the end of the story. And there's some other knocks against him. Like I think he makes some other bad decisions and he forces the ball sometimes, but he's a really tough guy. He can run the ball. He's very athletic. Teams will gravitate to him because of that toughness. But even if he goes to a team like New Orleans, he's not necessarily going to have to start right away either. So if you can get him a year in the system and kind of teach him your philosophy and how to do things and how to not be so quick on the trigger with these deep balls and things like that, then that would be fantastic. Now the NFL is more, they lean more into the deep ball than college football does. So, maybe that's something that they would look at there. But all in all, it's a great pick, and I think he would fit in there really well and give them a quarterback for the future that they can, develop and be excited about.
Yeah, and I think Kellen Moore is the type of guy who believes I'm a better coach than Lane Kiffin is, so I'll be able to get him in. And if he's going out there and just wants to throw the deep ball, I'll just pull him aside and gently tell him, stop doing that. Mm-hmm. Here's that you got to lead through your progressions this way, and we'll make sure we send him the progressions the right way. So I think that there's coaches out there who are quarterback guys that believe they can make that work. Now, the Steelers, I don't know if they have the quarterback guy. I don't know if their quarterback coaches will be that guy. I don't think Arthur Smith is that guy. Arthur Smith made Ryan Tannehill win games, but that was because Derrick Henry. And they don't have Derrick Henry. And I know Mike Tomlin's not really that guy. So I don't know if they have the quarterback whisper that would get it done, but I still think they desperately need a quarterback. So they're right now the most desperate team at quarterback is Pittsburgh. Everybody else has a starter day one. Their starter right now is Mason Rudolph. And you can't trade for DK Metcalf and have Mason Rudolph as your starting quarterback. Those two they cannot go together. So now maybe they'll jump into the Kirk Cousins sweepstakes at a certain point. Maybe they're Aaron Rodgers. We know that there's possibility of that still happening. But you can't have Mason Rudolph be your starter day one.
No, so I'm looking at it right now. Tom Arth is the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterbacks coach. He was the Chargers passing game coordinator in 2022-23. I have no idea who this guy is, but
not a quarterback whisperer.
It doesn't sound like a quarterback whisperer to me. I mean, I just I don't know much about him, but that's not exactly the guy that you want to see on your roster that has, or your coaching staff that has like the history of developing elite quarterbacks like you would find at other places for a Jackson Dart. So, yeah.
No, so I mean, maybe they're just all in on Aaron Rodgers still. I know, at the ownership meetings, the ownership of the Steelers believed that it would go well. I mean, it is dangerous to rely on that. And I mean, it feels like, I don't know if there's a bigger culture clash of Pittsburgh Steelers, what you think about the Steelers and what you think about Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if there's a bigger culture clash of those two types of players, but types of, just cultures of, you don't think Steel City and ayahuasca trips in South America necessarily together. But I mean, look, they took down the giant ketchup bottle. So anything's game now in Pittsburgh. Anything's possible. I mean, maybe he gets along with Mark Wahlberg, and Mark Wahlberg was from Pittsburgh in Rockstar. That's as close as I can get. That's as close as I can get. Is those guys maybe are friends who have done some weird stuff together.
And Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, and it sounds like a very volatile
George Pickens.
Room. Yeah, George Pickens too. Like, it sounds like a pretty volatile locker room.
That's kind of what Mike Tomlin's whole career is based on, though, right? It's like, all right, give me Antonio Brown, I'll make it work. Give me Le'Veon Bell, I'll make it work. Give me an accused sexual assaulter, Ben Roethlisberger, I'll make it work. And like, I'll make all these people get along. And I love what he said at one time when they were asking him about that stuff, and I think he got mad at a player for filming something in the locker room or something like that. And they were talking about, how do you get the culture? And he goes, sometimes you just don't want to know how the hot dog is made. And that's kind of the Mike Tomlin. Like, we do some stuff that y'all would probably not appreciate. I think it was after they gave Russell Wilson, after they beat the Broncos, they gave him the petty ball, which was like, we beat him up for you, and this is us being petty because they treated you like trash on the way out. But it was something like that. And he was like, and they were like, is that a thing? And he's like, man, don't ask me how I do my business. Like, you don't want to see how the hot dog is made, which is true. None of us want to see how the hot dog's made. Like, I love eating meats, and I also like petting animals. But those two things in my head are separated, and it's fine. They're not the same thing. And I know they are, but it's enough that I can get my head out of it that they're not the same thing.
It sounds a lot like the Georgia locker room to me.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Georgia locker room, I mean, that's the locker room itself doesn't seem like a problem. The Georgia parking lot seems like a problem.
Exactly. That whole thing, we'll talk about that one of these days, I'm sure. But the amount of traffic violations that come out of that football team is absolutely astounding. I don't know how it keeps happening.
If I was Uber, or if I like had some sort of like chauffeur service or something, I would be like, Georgia football, we are running a national campaign, and I will give your guys NIL, and they take rides with us now. And we are solving a problem for you, and you guys are going to be able to be huge advertisers for us, and we will find a way for your guys not to get arrested anymore. And I get, by the way, I understand the concept that why this doesn't work is because it's not like these guys are drunk driving necessarily. They just enjoy driving really, really fast, and they get really, really fast cars. And the culture in the locker room is who wants to drive the fastest and be the craziest. So they all keep doing it, and they have races, which I don't know how that hasn't been shut down after somebody died in one of them. I don't know how that hasn't like been shut down, but they continue to race all the time. You're like, you might want to shut it down at some point. Like, but Kirby knows, well, we're winning games. And if we're winning games, that's the only thing that matters.
Yep.
And, that's college sports for you. Higher education. That's where we get every time they're like, we're giving you a scholarship. You're like, I don't think most of these kids care that much about it. Some of them do. Some of them do, and they're awesome, but not a lot. Let's take a break. We come back. I want to get Matt's selection. We're gonna pick what movie we're gonna watch over the next 4 or 5 days. We'll get that picked, and then we'll start picking those on Wednesday. So it'll be a Wednesday thing from here on out, but we'll do it on a Friday to kick it off. Movie Club Week for all you guys if you want to join us and watch a movie, and we'll discuss it on Wednesday. We'll go do that. We'll also get to Matt's bourbon pick. So we get in. We've also got some other stories to get to. Urban Meyer talking about the landmines on the Texas football schedule. Ja Morant just has to Ja Morant it up in the Grizzlies somehow trying to hang on. And what is wrong with that franchise right now? Texas baseball also got a big series. We'll get to all that. Also, we've got a clip of the meathead of the day. We'll get to all of that and whatever else you guys want to throw at us. If I get word back on any more about the new Texas transfer for Purdue that caught pretty much all of us off guard, we'll get to that as well as we continue to round it out here on a Friday afternoon, getting ready for the weekend. I hope you're having a good one. We'll be right back after these messages here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
All right, back here on Open Jam here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Just reading a little bit more from Purdue people about the new transfer, Cam Hyde. I believe it's Hyde, maybe Hyde. We'll see. Once we get off the show, I'll figure out how to pronounce it for next week, I promise. But again, this guy was not on our radar and not on anybody's radar for Texas, but Sean Miller getting it done. But basically, yeah, they're like, he's not necessarily, or at least in his first couple seasons, wasn't hugely a rotation guy, played sparing minutes, but was a huge player in the last, a huge hustle guy, a glue guy, somebody that you like to have in your program. They believed he was going to be a 7th or 8th guy again for Purdue next year. So everybody pretty much spoke well about him in the stuff that I'm reading on Purdue forums for when he jumped in, just trying to get a view on what they feel about him before I can actually go watch film and see a little bit more about what this guy does. Hair of the Dog, no, let's not talk politics on sports radio. Let's not do that. It's a Friday afternoon. Why are you trying to ruin everything for us, Hair of the Dog? Let's get into a couple. Let's do some housekeeping, Matt. Let's do some fun stuff first, and then if we have time for these other stories, we'll get into them. But we don't need to talk about Urban Meyer and John Morant and other idiots. If we don't want to, we'll stick them to the end. The end of the show, we'll go off on all the meatheads that are on here. But first, we'll pick the movie. I've said, Matt, we're going to pick different movies, and if you guys have suggestions, but we're going to be watching sports movies all off season long until we get back to Texas football and back to where we don't have time to talk about movies anymore because we'll be watching football nonstop. I thought a way we could do it on Wednesdays when things are a little bit slower. We'll be watching different movies and then bringing up and talking about them every Wednesday, but different sports movies because Matt watches a lot of movies. I don't watch any. So this is a chance for me to watch some movies that maybe I missed over my 40 years of life, and maybe they came before, but maybe I've missed them. And they've, if they're longer than 90 minutes, I probably have. But maybe I've seen pieces or know some things about it. But Matt, what do you got? What's going to be the first movie of our midweek movie club?
Well, I thought we could come off the rope, like just, off the top rope with the first one, right? My favorite sports movie of all time.
All right.
Friday Night Lights.
Okay. Yeah. I've never watched it. I've seen pieces of it. And I always say I've watched pieces of it, but I don't think I've ever sat down and watched it. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. Great Texas high school football movie. Really does a great job of giving you sort of a glimpse into the culture of Texas high school football as well, because it's obviously crazy down here, as most people know, but it gives you a real great inside look into that. There's also a TV show that kind of veers a little bit off of the core of the story sometimes, but Friday Night Lights, in my opinion, well, it's probably not the best sports movie of all time, but it's my favorite. It's nostalgia city for me. So I think we should go with that. There
you go. Yeah. And so it came out 2004. So it would have been like 2004 for me was definitely a down. I was touring with the band at that point. And so like I watch games when we were in the hotel room, do whatever else. You'd be at the club setting up and do your stuff. And they have games on the TV. So I'd watch games. I'd watch all of my Spurs and I still cover the Spurs. But movies and anything else, I was just, living the life of somebody who was doing that stuff at the time. So I wasn't necessarily sitting down and going to the movie theater at that time when I was like 20, 21 years old and in clubs every single night. And I remember at one point, someone threw a rock through the back window of my car, which I don't think was intentional. I think it was just some kids screwing around. Maybe it was. I'm just naive. No girl ever told me they did it, but someone through a window. And I remember my neighbor waited till like 2 p.m. to come over and they still had to wake me up to go tell me it happened. That's just like, no, man, up until 6, 7 in the morning every night, just living that lifestyle. So probably did not see the movie at the time. I've seen pieces of it since. This is the I Don't Want Your Life movie, right?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want. No, actually, no. That's Varsity Blues. I'm sorry. That's
Varsity Blues. Okay.
Yeah, that'll be on our list. Don't worry, everybody. That'll be on our list.
Varsity Blues. So different one. Okay. Yeah. So we'll watch this one. We'll get back to it, and I'll watch this over the weekend. We'll discuss it on Wednesday. But another segment we are premiering is Matt's Bourbon Banter coming out. I had to find an alliteration. I finally found it today. Yeah. Pull out the thesaurus and think of all these things. But Matt is a connoisseur of the finer things in life. And so he will be telling us about some bourbon picks for you to enjoy over the weekend while you celebrate getting another wing combo forward guard guy. Celebrate with some bourbon. And then you're like, no, we all seen successful championship teams that only have players between 6'4" and 6'7". We have everybody done it. So, what do you got for us?
So I decided to start with something. I made a list. I have my bourbons picked out all the way through mid-November. And I decided to start with the one that started it all for me. Every week, I'm going to pick one thing out of my collection that I'm going to share with you guys that I think you would really enjoy. Even if you're not a bourbon person, there's places for you where you can sort of get into this and kind of start your journey there. It started late for me. So what I decided to go with this week was Woodford Reserve Double Oaked.
All right.
I got started on this one. My best friend Cliff had his bachelor party in Louisville. I was never really a big bourbon guy at that point. I was more of a Scotch guy. Got to go on a few distillery tours. Woodford Reserve was the one that I really enjoyed the most. I was super hungover at this trip as well. Like it was the second day of a bachelor party, if that tells you anything. And we get into the tasting room, and hungover and nauseous the whole way. And we get into the tasting room, and they put 3 chocolates in front of you and 3 different sips of whiskey. And they tell you, eat the first chocolate, take the first sip of the first bourbon. As soon as this bourbon hit my lips, I was a new man. I felt like $1 million. I was ready to take on the day. Great starter. It's a 90 proof bourbon. It's 72% corn, 18% rye, 10% malted barley. And the reason it's called double oaked is because it starts off as standard Woodford Reserve, and it's aged in new oak barrels that have been toasted for 10 minutes and then charred for 25 seconds. And then when it matures after about between 6 to 8 years, that they don't have a actual age date on these, but that's the approximate time that it takes. They then, instead of bottling it, they move it into another oak barrel that's been toasted and charred for a different amount of time. It's smooth with a little bit of an oaky flavor, some sweetness, maybe some chocolate or vanilla. I'm not one of those guys that's going to sit here and tell you I get all these things on the first, I'm not that guy. I don't really believe a lot of that stuff, but you can taste some of this stuff in it. You can enjoy it neat. Typically I like a big ice cube. But it's a real everyday sipping bourbon. It goes better with a dessert or something sweet, but you can drink it any time of the day, any night. It's a good choice. Under $60 as well, so it's not super expensive. Right. Very affordable place to start. Pretty widely available. It's just a great place for somebody to kind of dip their toe into the water with bourbon and start learning if they like it or not. Very versatile drink there. So that is my pick of the week. Woodford Reserve Double Oak. Go get you a bottle.
Oh, I like it. So wait, your ice, you go with the big ice. Do you have the ice thing? How many of those do you have going at once of like the big ice cubes?
Well, I actually have, my sister got me this really cool thing for Christmas a couple years ago where I have like these 4 cups of ice in the freezer, and then I put it in it, like it's weighted and it just like crushes the ice into a big ball, and then you put it in the glass. So I like to use that thing. But I've been drinking it neat more and more more and more often. So that's kind of the direction I'm heading. The more bourbon that I drink, because you get more of the flavor that way. But great sipping bourbon right here. I highly recommend it.
There you go. You didn't get the skull ice one, or like one that
I've got a million of those. I've got a million of those different things. They're just sitting in drawers everywhere because I have too many.
There you go. All right, I like it. No, very good pick there. I've had some Woodford Reserve. I don't know if I've had the double oak before, but I've had Woodford Reserve, and it's good. So I'm with you. All right, I like that. Matt's bourbon banter there, giving you a little education there on your bourbon on a Friday afternoon. Hair of the Dog agrees with you. One of the best bourbons on the planet. So he's on board with you. If you want to check that out, we'll have to get Matt to post something everywhere, or something where we can have a list of all of them by the end of the season. Maybe we'll wait a few weeks and then we'll get it up where you can kind of go through and we'll get your ratings on everything and figure out where
I've got a big spreadsheet already. So
what's a THC recommendation? I don't do THC anymore. I stopped doing that a long time ago, which is surprising to some people, but I still eat like it. I still show up into a place and I'll get Cheetos and ice cream and soda, and then they'll be like, "Oh, this guy must be high." And it's like you're either high or you have a pregnant wife is pretty much only 2 explanations, or you're just a fat guy. And so you're just a fat guy who's had a couple drinks and is like, you know what? I just buy whatever I want. I'm a giant 12-year-old again. I've not done the THC. I do know I have some friends who work in THC drinks, and they can tell you what they believe. I have a friend who has tried some different THC drinks, and one of them he almost spit up over entire table, and the other ones he thought was pretty good. So I can ask him, but no, I do not have any THC recommendations. And for Texas government goes, Ricky Williams got to get in there and try and get these guys to approve some things. Again, I'm not a user, but I'm all for it. Let some people calm down and relax.
That's out of my wheelhouse, Roy, but I appreciate the shout.
Before we get out of here, a couple of quick stories we'll get to. Did Urban Meyer put out or was talking on a show recently, and he has said they were talking about the over-under for Texas football being 9.5. And he said you had to worry because Texas has some landmines on their schedule. And I was expecting Urban Meyer to then point out some surprising games that might catch Texas up or might surprise Texas next season. Maybe an Arkansas that he feels was going to be better next season. Maybe a Kentucky that he thought could take a step forward. Maybe even an Oklahoma. This team's going to be a lot better. No. Who did he list of the 3 teams? I'll give you the first 2. Tell me if you think he's crazy that he thinks these could be landmines hidden in the ground that none of us see coming could be big games. Defending national champions Ohio State and the team that beat us 2 times in a row last year, Georgia. Well, are those landmines? I think those are just bombs we know are bombs.
Yeah, that's like those are very obvious. That's like saying, hey, I got this really bad pain in my tooth and it's black. I think it's a cavity. It's an effing cavity, you idiot. It's like, yeah, of course those are going to be the big games that you pick.
I've been throwing up for 4 straight days. I think I might be sick. Really? You think you might be? I don't know. Yeah, we think those are big games. He did also mention Florida, but yes, Florida we know as well. DJ Lagway played well in his time last season. You're going to Florida. It's your first game in the SEC. That is going to be a big game as well. I would not say it's a landmine game. I just love that Urban Meyer said it and then had to follow that up. Where I was like, I thought he was going to mean trap games by that, but I don't know if Urban Meyer knows what landmines are. Maybe that's the problem.
The idea of a landmine is that you don't see it coming.
That's my point. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he just happened to throw out 2 teams that he coached for and won national championships with. Oh, and then just the best team in college football over the last, 10 years or whatever. So
yeah,
sure. Really absolutely. Stuff. Urban. Good deep cuts there, Urban.
Good deep cuts. We also saw Ja Morant. Ja Morant was in trouble after him and Buddy Hield traded finger guns. They were doing the gun motion back and forth. The NBA came out and justifiably said, hey guys, look, I get it. You're just playing, but we kind of have to keep up with this because it becomes a story because Ja Morant, you've had such trouble with the law and having gun stuff. See, we've told you about this before. You cannot do that kind of stuff. So we're just going to give you a warning, like no big deal. And then Ja Morant, in response to that, must have had his punk card pulled because he went out and did it 2 more times in the next game. And then they asked him about it, and he said, basically, I don't care. I'm 25. I don't care. They're going to do their thing. I don't care. And you're like, cool. They kick him out of the league at this point. If you're too big of an idiot to realize that they're trying to do what's best for you and they're trying to do all these things to make it all right, and you can't be doing certain things because of what the league is supposed to be doing, you don't get to be a part of it anymore. You don't get to make millions and millions of dollars when you're, first of all, can't play back-to-back games, is barely playing, will never win an award again because he can't play 65 games in a season and can't do anything at that level. The team is falling apart around him, can't be a leader on the team, and then cares more about trying to be a cool guy doing finger guns than actually doing it. It cost him $75,000. And I know he's a millionaire, but that's a lot of money to say, man, I don't care. Get $75,000 is a crazy amount of money for you to be a real cool guy. This is why the Grizzlies are going to be the Grizzlies, because they never put the veterans around that they needed to. And they tried to put in like a Vince Carter at a point. They tried to put in Derrick Rose at a point to tell these guys, but they just have too many young guys who don't want to hear it. And Desmond Bane and Jaren Jackson Jr. and Ja Morant, and they all get in their own little group and they all have their own things going on. And they all just don't care about being a team. That's why you fire a coach with a few games left to go when you're like the 4 seed in the NBA, in the Western Conference, and you fire your coach because the team's falling apart. You're like, I think this may go higher than the coach on this one.
Yeah, this is one of the things my dad used to tell me when I was a kid, like right when I was about to go off to college, and when I started dabbling in alcohol in high school, was before I go, I was just like, be safe, don't be an idiot.
Yeah,
like Ja Morant, just don't be an idiot. Like, stop being an idiot.
It's not that hard.
It's not that hard to not do a whatever this is. Like, stop. Like, you've already ruined your career enough by all the gun stuff. Now you're just doubling down on it. It's honestly, it's pretty sad. Like, because he he was such a special talent coming out of college. Yeah. And I thought it was hilarious back in that day. Everybody was saying, "Oh, it's a one-player NBA draft with Zion Williamson and nothing else." And then Ja Morant just came out and set the world on fire. And then it's just completely, crashing down because he just can't stay out of his own way. And it really sucks. But dude, just stop being an idiot, please. Just stop.
All right. I agree. And finally, right before we get out of here, our meathead of the day, whoever said this about Isaiah Bond.
This is his exact quote, Isaiah. I'm not ad-libbing and I'm not adding and I'm not taking anything out. This is what he said. Prototypical, what you would think of in a wide receiver. Just generic, boilerplate, selfish, diva, wide receiver. What is your response?
You know what? You sound like you great to me.
My response to that is, this season I did suffer a high ankle sprain, grade 3. And when others told me to sit it down and shut it down, I chose to stay and fight with my teammates and win a national championship.
Hey, there we go. Isaiah Bond responding to the critic. Chad Ochocinco then says, Daddy's like, yeah, everyone is. That's what do you say about every wide receiver? That sounds like sour grapes from an Alabama guy who's pissed off that he left.
Yeah, I for my money and being around the Texas program, I never heard a bad thing about Isaiah Bond. He had some injury issues and he played really hard and it didn't work out the way he expected it to, but he did everything he was supposed to do. I don't know who reported this or who came out and said this about him, but I for what I know, they're dead wrong. This is just an idiotic statement, in my opinion.
No, I think we heard about A.D. Mitchell last year too, and it wasn't really true about him either. So just more BS. That's our meat out of the day. We got to get out of here. We're past time already. Appreciate everybody. We'll be back Monday to break down some more, and hopefully Texas gets a big man. Come on, Texas. Sean, you can do it. Someone over 6'7", please. We'll be back for myself, Patrick Davis, Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. Reminding you to be safe, be kind, and keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here on Monday for more from Open Gym.